Great. All right, hello everyone, and welcome to our very special panel during the European Vegan Summit 2025. Today is the third and last day of the summit. My name is Morgan Janowicz, and on behalf of Green Ref Institute, I have an enormous pleasure to host the panel Tomatogate. Who really controls the prices? Today we'll hold a real talk about the hidden cost of the current food system, but also about the courage that is very often missing on the plate of decision makers. I know that we are all eager to hear from our speakers, so let me briefly introduce our experts before I move on to the very first question. Please, a warm welcome to Dr. Sylwia Spurek, former member of the European Parliament and Deputy Ombudsperson, attorney at law, feminist and vegan animal rights activist, co-founder of two think tanks, Green Ref Institute and European Fem Institute in 2024-2025, fellow of Woodrow Wilson Center, Washington, D.C., the author of white paper on animal agriculture, Stench, Blood and Tears, Turn on Your Thinking, Be the Change. Thank you for your time. It is an honor to have you today with us. And a warm welcome to Stefano Liberti, well-known award-winning journalist and filmmaker. He contributes to European magazines like Internazionale, Le Monde Diplomate, and Al Jazeera. His book, Land Grabbing, was translated into multiple languages, and his latest, Tropico Mediterrano, was praised by Amitav Ghosh. His documentary, Soyalism, explores the global pork supply chain. In 2025, he investigates the agriculture crisis in the Po Valley. The author of The Lord of Food, How the Food Industry is Destroying the Planet. Stefano, thank you so much for your presence and expertise during the European Vegan Summit. And all the people who join us today from around the world are here because of you. We are here to hear your voices, your opinions and expertise. So I will jump straight to the very first question that I will direct to Dr. Sylwia Spurek. You often say that factory farming is not only a moral and environmental disaster, but also a very political failure. What makes this issue so untouchable in mainstream policy debates, and what would have to happen to change that? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me here. And yeah, this is very fair question. Factory farming is untouchable because too many people and sectors profit from it. Those who make money from suffering and killing of animals have too much to lose. And that is why they do everything to control politicians, media, education system, and the list of actors of so-called big meat is very long. Animal farmers, food industry, its suppliers, logistics, retail chains, advertising agencies, media, clothing industry, banks and financial institutions, big pharma, entertainment industry, hotels and restaurants. Can you imagine that I'm in London, in the city center, in a Citizen M hotel, and there is nothing vegan to eat for breakfast and lunch? So the list of big meat actors is really long, and we need to remember that there are no small farmers and small businesses here. Big meat is made up of national, regional, and global corporations for which only profit matters, not people's health, not the environment, climate, not animal rights, not the rights of people living next to factory farms. And someone can ask the question, are consumers guilty? Yes, some of them are guilty, but not guilty as charged, at least directly. And some of them have no choice. Some of them have no access to reliable information about the real cost of meat, milk, and eggs. Big meat sells everything in such a way that everything looks correct, natural, or neutral. And you ask me a question, what would have to happen to change that? I think the starting point of change must be an unlimited right to information about the food. We need 100% reliable information and 0% advertising so that people can start making conscious decisions. asking questions, challenging the stories, fairy tales that are sold by big meat. People have the right to know the real price of animal products. And as long as the society is fed by ads about milk as white strength, meat as tradition or nutrition, there is no room for change. And I think that at least when some of people see the numbers, 70% of farmland used for animal farming, the numbers of emissions that are higher than the numbers of the entire transport sector, the right to information will become the beginning of the end of the system. The right to information is a fundamental human right. This is why, as a Green Ref Institute, we produce documentaries, publish the magazine, Safe Food, publish the portal Safe Food. Somebody said, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. And I can agree more of this.
Thank you very much. And to all the viewers, please do remember that there's a Q&A section. Please share with us any questions to our experts today. And going to Stefano. Stefano, in your book, you describe how food has become a financial asset, traded and speculated on like oil or gold. What consequences does this financialization have for food security in the global south? Have recent global shocks like the war in Ukraine intensified this trend and its impacts?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor to join your summit. You asked the question, food as a financial asset, what are the consequences? I would start by saying that food has become, in the last 30 years, more or less, first of all, a commodity. A commodity like gold and oil. What is a commodity? Commodity is something, it's a product that is produced no matter where it is produced. It has no relationship with the place where it is produced. It has the same value everywhere in the world. So when food becomes a commodity, and that started with big grains, with wheat, with corn, with rice, and then now every food is a commodity. Also fruit and vegetables, tomato, also meat is a commodity because it's traded all across the planet. And what are the consequences of this commodification of food? That big corporations are taking over the food system. So to make a profit, to make food profitable, you have to make economy of scale. You have to produce a lot at minor prices. So you have to control all the supply chain. And this is exactly what is happening in the last few years with double consequences. First consequence, small-scale holders, small-scale farmers are disappearing all across the planet because they are unable to compete with big companies. So they are pushed out of the market. Second consequence is concerns the global south, countries that are actually losing their food sovereignty. And this is an ongoing process. It's something new. Because, I mean, if the food is traded globally by big corporations that are controlling all the supply chain, then what happens is that some products that were produced locally are not produced anymore. I give you an example that I've investigated extensively in the last few years. The tomato. I mean, a tomato is also the title of our panel. There is a country in West Africa, Ghana. It was a very big tomato producer. There is a region in northern Ghana, at the border with Burkina Faso, where there were hundreds of tomato farmers. They produced tomato and they sold the tomato to some factories, state factories, working there in the same area. So, and they were transforming the tomato into tomato paste. So you had a very well-working supply chain from the field to the plate, a local supply chain. This doesn't exist anymore because these farmers were actually pushed out of the market, not by mismanagement from the factories, not by climate condition, but by actually the competition from tomato paste coming from outside. what happened in the last 15 to 20 years, that a flooding of tomato paste coming from Italy and from China has arrived into the market and put local farmers out of the market because they were able, since they were making an economy of scale, they were able to sell this tomato paste coming from outside at a lower price than the one produced locally. And how was it possible? It was possible first because they are big corporation doing a lot of products, but also because these companies, these Italian companies, these Chinese companies are getting subsidies from the European Union and from China. So they were subsidized products coming into a foreign market and destroying a local supply chain. And that is exactly what shows the consequences of this commodification of food at a local level, and in the global south especially, because global south is unable to compete with big northern corporation. And then what they're witnessing in the global south, that farmers are like leaving the countryside and then going to big urban areas. And those countries are losing altogether their food sovereignty. And as I said before, it's an ongoing process. It's something that started 25, 30 years ago, and now it's going very strongly and showing its big and strong consequences.
Thank you very much. And that brings us smoothly to the next question to Dr. Spurek. You worked both as a legislator and legal expert. From that perspective, which legal tools could be most effective in phasing out industrial animal agriculture? Does the current legal framework at the EU level and national level allow us for such changes, or maybe do we need some the complete restructure of the system?
Well, Stefano mentioned subsidies, and we need to remember that the current food system keeps providing animal farming with more and more taxpayer money. And animal farming generates enormous costs for the environment, climate, public health, while generating low quality products. And from a public interest perspective, such a system should not exist any longer, because it will only keep generating greater and greater losses. European Commission keeps trying to save it, creating new strategies, new programs, but there is nothing left to save. We must stop pumping public money into private businesses that are harmful. This is the first step. This is the first legal change to make. Yeah, obviously, we need an open and honest debate about a new safe food system, safe for people, the environment, the climate, the animals. Financial instruments should be designed to reward what serves the public interest and punishes what causes harm. We need very honest debate about. I quote the title of Stefano's book, about the lords of food, about I signori del cibo. Otherwise, we can forget about combating climate catastrophe, restoring biodiversity, fighting diseases, about social justice. We need totally new system. It will be cheaper and will be better for the planet, for people, and for animals.
Thank you very much. And Stefano, let's go back to you. You have investigated global supply chains from tomato farms in Italy to soybean plantations in Brazil. Which part of the system struck you as the most unjust, and why? What did it reveal about the global food system?
The global food system is very unjust. What struck me a lot maybe are two things. First of all, the gradual disappearance of small-scale farmers. It's a global process, and it's actually underreported because it's in a way out of sight. it happens. It has happened in South America when you go and see in Brazil this huge soybean monoculture that have been implemented in not 100 years ago, but 30 years ago, 25 years ago, are pretty new. And you drive for thousands of miles and you don't see a human being because this countryside is just like a huge monoculture. It's like a factory without people. But the same happens in China, and that is happening in Africa, and it's actually happening in Europe. Because if you see the numbers, you see that the number of farms are actually decreasing in Italy, in Spain, in Romania, all across Europe, because also the common agricultural policy is paying more big concentrated farms. So the more hectares you have, the more subsidies you get, and then you can concentrate the property. So this is a global process that is actually interesting to enlighten and to analyze. And then the second aspect that struck me a lot while traveling for my researches was that this commodification of food has another consequence, that food is the same all across the planet. You have the same products. And I remember, since we are in the vegan summit and we are talking about meat, I was studying the pork supply chain in all across the world. So in the United States, in Europe, and in China. And of course, when I tried to get access to the companies in the US and in Europe, it was difficult. It was actually impossible because they are not keen to see what is happening in the livestock operations. They don't want to like open their capacities to the media. But then I went to China, and it was really strange. I went to China, and I didn't expect to have this a huge access. So they made me see all the slaughterhouses, the livestock operation, everything. It was very transparent, and I think they made it because they were proud of this process of industrialization that was pretty new for them. And so they were actually copying the same process that has been implemented in the Western world for 50 years ago. But what struck me, and that they had exactly the same pigs, the same animals we have in Europe, and they're actually importing the same breeding. They're because the system works like this. So there's been a genetic selection for pigs I mean, they can stay in concentration in a concentration I mean, the concentrated animal feeding operations. And the Chinese, they said, okay, you have invented this system. We are taking these animals. We are taking these animals and we are replicating this system. And the result is that you have the same animals all across the planet, even though those animals are not originary for China. You have the same soybean everywhere in the world. You have the same tomato everywhere in the world because we are using the same seeds that have been also genetically organized to be more productive and more able, more easy to trade. So this is something that is very strange to me, that you have the same thing all across the world, but it's so pretty that shows also the fragility, the vulnerability of the system. Because once you have a virus, you have so this virus will kill all these animals or all these products that are the same all across the planet. So we are playing with our food sovereignty, with food security, and we are not actually taking into account the real consequence of this system.
Thank you very much. And let's talk a little bit about animal rights. Dr. Spurek, the public increasingly links food with climate, but animal rights still remain marginal in these dimensions. How can this ethical dimension gain stronger visibility in the sustainability agenda? Given how reluctant the EU institutions have been to address animal rights politically, do you still see a realistic path for them to move beyond symbolic gestures and take real actions?
I said this before, and I will say it again. I believe in the power of information. If we want people to recognize the real cost of meat, meaning killing and suffering of billions of animals, if we want to connect the dots between animal rights, human rights, and environment, we must guarantee the right to information. They need complex, honest, accessible, and understandable information without manipulated ads, for example, with happy pigs. Such information will be uncomfortable, it will provoke anger, it will trigger attacks on our agenda, but this is exactly where we need to start. And I remember when in 2024, I proposed as a member of the European Parliament from Poland to the Minister of Education in Poland, the introduction of a school classes called Climate and Animal Rights, to teach about animal rights, to teach children about animal rights. There was no reaction because the animal farming is untouchable for Barbara Nowacka, the Minister of Education here. And yes, they will ignore us, but it doesn't mean we cannot and we shouldn't try again and again. And we must put even greater pressure on the European Commission and on our national authorities. What we need is a strong social movements and broader collaboration of organizations across Europe. Today, we still too often act alone. Umbrella organizations are being created, like the Polish Federation for Safe Food, but this is still not enough. If we want to change policy, we don't need dozens. We need thousands of organizations across the European Union. If the European Commission is to take our voice seriously, we need strong social movements, strong civil society. We need our own media, our own summits. We need to think intersectionally and seek new allies. We need to be united too, and we need to stop talking about baby steps, small farmers, and animal welfare. This is a language of animal farming, not ours. I often hear that we are too radical. No, talking about killing and suffering of animals, so-called farmed animals, is not radical. Taking part in killing and suffering of animals is radical and extreme.
Thank you very much. That was well said. No action from politicians doesn't mean that we should not try again and again. Thank you very much. Stefano, much of your work exposes corporate consolidation. How does market concentration in the food industry influences not only prices, but also labor rights and democratic oversight?
Yeah, it influences it very much, a lot. As I said, I mean, the supply chain, the food system is now controlled by a few actors, big players that control all the supply chain, production, processing, trade, and distribution. And so they are big actors, and if you are not part of them, you don't have the right to produce differently because you don't have access to the market. So what does it mean? It means that these actors are sometimes even bigger and more powerful than single countries, and so they can dictate the rules. And that is the reason why some companies are actually moving from one country to another country, looking for conditions where they can produce at a lower price and with major profit. Which are the consequences to labor rights and democratic oversight? Labor rights, of course, if you have to produce at a minor cost, then you have the right to exploit the labor. And you have many cases also in the European agriculture, in the Southern Europe, you have a lot of people that are actually, our system in Italy is based on the exploitation of daily workers. And that is, everyone knows it. And it's like an open secret Sometimes you have big case like a daily worker that dies in the field. But every one of us know that those people are paid much less than the legal wage, that they work many hours more than the legal wage, because you have many people that are seeking a job, and because the system is controlled by these big companies. As for the democratic oversight, when I say that this big company has much more power than countries, then they can change the rules. That is very unfair. And also coming back to the first question, I think it's something that is very interesting about the changing of the global system. You and the decrease of food sovereignty and democratic oversight on the food system. You have countries that are not producing their food, and so they have a problem. And as you asked before, and I haven't answered you extensively, the war in Ukraine showed the vulnerability of the food system. If you remember well, last year, at some moment we had a problem with the export of wheat from Russia and Ukraine, because the ports in Ukraine were closed. The Odessa port were closed. And you have some countries that actually rely on this wheat from Russia and Ukraine. All the MENA countries, Lebanon, Egypt, Tunisia, they're actually importing a huge amount of this wheat. And they were not able to import anymore, first because ports were closed, and secondly, because since ports were closed, the price on the global market increased, so that they had also a financial problem. And the very big paradox is that those countries, especially Egypt, but also Tunisia, used to be a big producer of grain. They produced a lot of grain, but at some time they stopped producing grain because it was easier for them, cheaper for them to take grain from the global market. And so they lost their food sovereignty. And every time, and also the democratic oversight on the production, because they are taking the food from outside, and so the government is not reliable on the relationship with the producer, with the farmers. So I think this is something that is very, very dangerous. And if you remember well, in 2011, we had these Arab Springs all across North Africa and the Middle East. And those Arab Springs have been described as political uprising against the dictator, which was in partially true, but they started as a local movement against the increasing of the food prices in Tunisia. In Tunisia, you had protesters that were protesting against the increase of the price of bread. So if we don't fix the food system, we could have uprising all across the planet, because we are producing a lot of food, much more food that we actually need, but we're not producing food and distributing food in the right way. So you have the poorest that are getting even poorer, and the richest that are getting even richer. So we have to find a new balance and to fix this global system. I think this is one of the urgencies of our times.
Stefano, thank you very much. Dr. Spurek, in one of your statements, you said, and I quote, "The real barrier to the food system transformation is a lack of political courage to make decisions that might be uncomfortable for the agri-food lobby." If that courage appeared today, what would be the first 3 decisions you would push for?
Well, politicians are full of fears, many fears. And obviously they are afraid of this change, of real food system transformation, because every step toward changing the system means that they have to admit they are guilty, admit that they and their political circles have for decades preserved a harmful and violent system. They talk about so-called food security, about small farmers, about tradition, but they know that none of this is true. The animal farming does not provide safe food. There are no small farmers left. there are large corporations and massive food factories. The way they produce, the way they exploit animals on the planet has nothing to do with traditions. And do politicians have a right to be afraid? Yes, because agreeing with us undermines the status quo of big meat. It means going to war with very powerful lobby. But if they are afraid of this change, about going to war with this lobby, then at the very least, they should stop standing in our way. They should let us fight and let us win, just as the first feminists fought and won, just as civil rights defenders in the US fought and won, at least partially. The same with LGBTIQ plus activists. The fear of politicians has always been there and always will be. It is written into a DNA of a current political systems where interests and electoral cycles matter more than values. And it would be probably more than 3 decisions at the beginning, but for sure, it will be ending a glass of milk school schemes, for sure banning the use of public money to produce and promote meat, milk, and eggs, introducing school classes called climate and animal rights, of course, the subsidies, and of course, advertising meat, milk, and eggs. No ads on meat, milk, and eggs. That would be, I believe, a clear signal that there is no room for what causes harm and that we are raising a new generation of conscious consumers.
Thank you very, very much. And going back to Stefano, in a world increasingly concerned with climate action, do you see genuine signs that major food corporations are actually willing to change, or are we still mostly dealing with the greenwashing?
Not really. I mean, I do believe that we are still dealing with greenwashing. Sylvia has mentioned the advertisement of these meat or meat-based products, and of course, you see these happy pigs and happy animals roaming in big farms, and it doesn't exist. I mean, it doesn't exist any of these. These are like factories. And I guess there is a strong accent on sustainability and also a strong request of sustainability from the consumers. But big corporations are not actually responding to this, or I would say they are responding just with slogan, but they're not changing their way of producing. But they're not changing because they're not requesting to change. And that is the reason why we need a radical reform of the political system. I do agree with Sylvia. We need to change the system of subsidies in Europe, at least because we are here in the European Union, and we have to stop the subsidies for animal production. We have to stop we have to change all the system of subsidies. Also because I think this is something new, and there is a request from the consumers, from the citizens. I see that since this globalization of the food system has created in the last 20 years a big distance from those who produce food and those who consume food, which is a physical distance first, but then it becomes also a like cognitive system. So we don't know where the food is produced, how the food is produced, and I do agree with Sylvia that we need to do lectures in the primary schools to teach our children how the food is produced. But I see that if you see all across Europe and the world also, they are increasingly they're opening all the time this new farmers market. We go to producers and we buy from the producers, and we buy also things that we don't buy in the supermarket. When we go to a supermarket, we just buy like perfect apples with the same size, the same color. We go to the producer and we buy also strange apples that are more tasty than the one that we buy in the supermarket. And that means that we trust the producers and we want to trust the producer. We want to create a new alliance, consumer, citizens, and farmers to change the food system. Then, of course, the problem is that a conscious consumer is not enough. Also, we need to have more information on the way the food is produced, the way the food is processed, the way the food is traded. But also we need strong, radical reform, political reform. We need our politicians to act to change. But as Silvia said, our politicians, at least in Europe, are not eager to change the food system because there are huge lobbies behind this way of producing. So this is, I think, when we talk about conscious consumer, we have to have in mind that we need a movement of people, a movement of citizens that put pressure on our politicians to change the system. Otherwise, we will just change our individual behavior when we can, because also it costs money and time and resources, but we need to have a collective action, not just an individual action.
Thank you very much. And before we move on to the question from the audience, I would like to ask one more final question to both of you, and I would like to start with Dr. Sylwia Spurek. What if the real cost of food isn't counted in money, but in lives, ecosystem, and justice? What would you want people to truly see behind the barcode?
Well, I think we all know data and numbers concerning climate catastrophe, killing of animals, environmental catastrophe. And I know that every conscious consumer has their own measure of the real cost of food, and some of us look at the environmental costs, some focus on health, because these are about diseases also. For others, for me, empathy and respect are the key. So only animal liberation is a solution. But for now, the problem is that we do not know the real cost of food because big meat makes sure we don't know it, and this must change. And this is one of the key barriers in our fight, that people do not know how the system really works. And actually, it's not our job to open people's eyes. This is public authorities' role and responsibility to give the people the information, numbers and data, because otherwise people cannot imagine that the world could look differently. And we must do everything to help them see this data and numbers behind barcodes. But for now, we often act alone. And fortunately, I know that I'm a dreamer, and I'm not the only one here in the European Vegan Summit. And my advice for everybody is to see the numbers behind barcodes, to ask questions, to ask how much, why, when, and who. The questions are really crucial, and I think the real measure of costs of food should be safety, the safety of the environment and climate, the safety of people, the safety of people's health, the safety of so-called farmed animals, and we just need to show these numbers to people. I'm not going to show this data and numbers to you because we all know these numbers and data, but average consumer, regular consumers, don't know these numbers. So this is the problem, and I will be happy to hear what the recommendations, what good practices of our audience are, because as a member of the European Parliament last term, I tried to open people's eyes, to push the barriers of the public debate. And I did my best, but I was the only one. I was like one of 4 vegan members of the European Parliament out of 705 members of the European Parliament. So we were really alone.
And I could see the reaction of on Stefano's face when you said the number. Stefano, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's striking. I mean, 4 out of 700. Anyway, I think Sylvia explained very well. The hidden cost of this food system is high. And I think the concentrated animal feeding operation, the animal farming, is a school case because people could buy meat very cheap, but just because they invented this system, they put all the animals together and they're making this concentration of animals, and you can produce a lot in very small space. But then the cost the environmental costs, the social costs, the medical costs, and also the costs in terms of suffering of animals are huge. And if we should take into account, if we are taking into account this cost, I think we would pay the meat 10 times more, the price 10 times more expensive than we are paying today. And it would be great because we will produce a lot less meat and in a different way for those who are eating meat. But then I think there is another question. We actually don't know, since the supply chain is very complicated, we actually don't know how much the producer are paid. I have done an extensive investigation in northern Italy, in the Po Valley, which was once one of the breadbasket of Italy, and now it's not producing that much for a number of reasons. Also because it is very much impacted by climate change. You have a lot of flooding, drought, everything. Anyway, when you talk to the farmers, they actually are not paying, they are paying less than the producing cost by the retailers. So they are producing under the cost of production, and they survive just because of European subsidies, which is completely mad. So they are not paid for the products they are producing, but they're just taking subsidies and they are surviving out of subsidies. And this is a system that it doesn't work with, but because actually we all European taxpayers are paying subsidies in a way to retailers, because if these farmers are not paying the right price and they survive just out of subsidies, in a way we are paying retailers, we are paying the profit of retailers. So I think what we should indicate supermarket, and this is not impossible. Every supermarket should say this apple, this pear, this yogurt, this is I don't know. I have paid the producer this price. So if you buy the apple at €2, €3 a kilo, I have given €1 to the producer. Then it will allow us to do conscious choices. I would price more my choices, and that is something that someone has started to do, but retailers are reluctant to do this because, of course, they will lose the control of the food supply chains. It's better not to give too many information. It's better to just keep the consumer without information. But I think we have to claim our right to information. This is the first struggle we have to do all together as a citizen, social movement, journalist, association, the right for information. This food come from? How it is produced? How much it has been paid to producers? Because today the food system is too much controlled by big corporations, big retailers that are actually deciding what we eat and how we eat, which is not fair.
Stefano, thank you. Thank you very much. And with this, we are opening the Q&A session, and we're starting with Krishna. We talked a little bit about partnership and cooperation, but the question from Krishna is, what would you recommend to the people who want to do something about the animals, environment, climate, but today, for example, they don't know where to start, how to cooperate, how to find some partners? And if I may start, please, with Sylvia, please.
Well, first step should be go vegan and stay vegan. Then find allies, and they are really everywhere. And the internet gave us new channels, new tools to collaborate, to find allies, to defend social causes, to fight for animal rights. So this is very good tool right now. It's not like the first solidarity movement without social media. They didn't have social media, but they won in Poland. We have social media, so this is very good. And the internet and digital space are very good for fighting for animal rights, for fighting this current system and current model of food, so-called food security. So there are actually two kinds of actions: individual actions, individual decisions, and some more systemic actions. So go vegan and stay vegan, and on the other hand, organize, find allies, create organizations, support all these radicals you meet, and enter politics. I think this is one of the ways we need to explore when we want to change the world.
Thank you very much, and Stefano, back to you.
Yeah, I do agree with Sylvia, and I also do agree when she said that it's not that radical to think that animal farming has to be overturned. Actually, it is radical the way we produce meat and food all together. So we need to, and I do believe that it's something that it's a shame of our times, because remember that, I mean, this system has not existed for a long time. The concentrated animal feeding operation exists since a century. It was invented 100 years ago in the US. So it's pretty new, and it has totally changed the way we produce meat and we produce food altogether, because it has disconnected the animals from the countryside, and that's created like factories, animal factories, that created animals that were not animals anymore, but they were like machines, meat machines. And I hope, because also I think we need to be, Sylvia, all of us, we need to be a bit dreamer. I believe that in 50 years, our nephew will ask us, how come you put all these animals in these cages for years without seeing the light of the day, just to kill them and eat them? And I do believe that a citizen movement, a political movement, has to act to overturn this system, to the animal liberation. And I also see that something has changed in the last years. Information is more spread, and movements are more powerful, and also more people ask questions about the way food and meat is produced. So there is an increase of information. Of course, there is, as we said before, reluctance from the politicians to change the system. I give you an example. If you remember well, after the protests from tractors last year in the European Union, the president of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, launched this dialogue with all the stakeholders on the future of agriculture in the EU. And it was a real dialogue with NGOs, farmer organization, corporations, retailers, everyone, every actor in the food system. It was a real dialogue. I talked to some people that took part in this dialogue, and they actually produced a document that was actually interesting, saying also we need to reduce the number of animals, the livestock in Europe. We have to change the system. We have to find a new balance in the supply chain, giving more money to the farmers. Then what happened is that after the elections, Ursula von der Leyen was confirmed as president of the Commission, and the document from the European Commission actually scrapped all the nullity of this dialogue, as if the dialogue hasn't existed at all. So because I imagine they received a lot of pressure from big food lobbies. So what is happening is that business as usual. So everything is going the same way. And also the new common agriculture policy that is due to start in 2028 will go in the same way, with less money also, because we need to put money in defense. So we will have less money, but we will give more money, the same amount of money to big corporation, big meat producer, big food producer. Also, we in this time from today, 2025 to 2028, I think we need to analyze, to create movement, to put pressure on policymakers to change this, because the agriculture in Europe is still shaped by the European Union. It's one of the sectors that is actually shaped by the Union, because they decide how our food is produced, how subsidies going. So we need a popular movement all together, every of us from our point of view, from our professional position.
Thank you very much. And following that, there's another question. What practical actions can we take to shift the flow of international public finance towards plant-based diets? And maybe I will start this time with Stefano and then move to Dr. Sylwia Spurek.
I don't know. I think that it's the international financial flows will follow the market in a way. They know that sustainability is a new dogma, is something that is requested by consumers, and so I do believe, maybe I'm too much optimistic, but I do believe that if there is a popular movement, a collective request for change, then the money will go there. And also, it is true, Sylvia, that you have just 4 vegan MP in the European Parliament when you were there. But if you go to a supermarket and you compare supermarkets today with supermarkets 10 years ago, you have much more vegan and vegetarian products. And that witnesses that it's a change in habits by consumers. Of course, maybe it's too gradual, it's too, but something is happening. And also, if you see at youngest generation, it's much more relevant, this change of food habits and consumption habits. So I repeat, collective movement to make the market take a different direction.
Thank you very much. And back to Dr. Sylwia Spurek with the same question from Lorenza.
Thank you, Lorenza, for your question. We need to remember that real change is a systemic change, it's a legal change. So we need to vote in every election for people who at least declare a real change. And without legal change, financial institutions are allowed to use money, including public money, for animal farming. And of course, what we can do as consumers, we can vote by our money, as Stefano said. We can go to the supermarkets and decide what products we can buy and which we should avoid. And we can ask about vegan products, plant-based products in supermarkets, in our stores. And of course, sometimes blaming and shaming strategies are very good. So we need to ask questions to financial institutions, to banks, where the money goes. Do you provide animal farming with your credits, with your money, with your loans or not? If yes, how much money do you spend for loans for animal farming? And why do you think it's fair and just to pay for animal farming? So blaming and shaming, asking questions, but also using our voice and our voting rights to vote by money and in every election to decide which people or which politicians can represent our rights, and if they fail to do their job, if they fail to fulfill their promises and declaration, blaming and shaming again.
Thank you very much. And this brings a great victory from Green Rock Institute and our partners from Italy, when the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development wanted to invest 40 million to Burger King and the Popeyes, and we stopped it. So there is another question to Stefano, and both to Stefano and Dr. Sylwia Spurek, how people react to message that you share. I'm curious if Stefano is the target of cyber violence and hate as climate and animal rights activists.
No, actually not. I have to be honest, I haven't been targeted by haters. When I do conferences, meeting, also I do some theater show on these topics. People are curious. I personally, I believe it's necessary to have like not an catastrophic narrative, but a narrative oriented towards change, saying we are part of the solution. We can bring the solution all together. We have to change the way of to produce our food, also the way we live in our cities. And I see when I bring these messages of change and that also of collective change, I see people that are willing to change, and that gives me also hope for the future, for my future and also my kids' future. And that is the reason why I am strongly optimistic for the future. That there is a request from the citizenship to have a more equitable and more just and more balanced food system.
Well, thank you very much. And going to Dr. Sylwia Spurek with the same question.
Honestly, I envy you, Stefano, such experiences, good experiences with people. I have different experience. As you probably know, I've been a human rights defender for more than 25 years now, and my first expertise is women's rights. I specialize in domestic violence, sexual violence against women, and I experienced a lot of cyber violence when I was a Deputy Commissioner for Human Rights, when I was a member of the European Parliament fighting for women's rights, fighting for the freedom from violence, equal pay, and reproductive rights of women. But I have never experienced such cyber violence as I experienced as a vegan, fighting for animal rights, fighting for so-called farmed animal rights. I think veganism is like a new feminism in this way, because there is a huge resistance, at least in my social media, and people don't want to hear they need to change their habits, they need to change their behaviors, that they are part of a solution, but also a part of a problem. And they are part of killing and suffering of animals, paying for killing and suffering of animals. Maybe the language, maybe the narrative is the difference, but I face a lot of cyber violence, a lot of harmful, hateful comments against me, against my family. Anna Sporek, that is CEO of Dream Ref Institute, my husband Marcin, just because I'm talking about so-called farmed animals.
Those are definitely two different experiences that you have shared. We are having 7 minutes before the end of the panel, so I will try to read through as many questions as it's possible. There's a question: how can we support you to get your message more visible? And maybe if I can start with Stefano, please.
I don't know. I try to do my best by writing books and doing documentary movies. So if you are interested in my work, just go to my social media and read my books and see my movies. I think our duty as a journalist is to inform the public and work all together for a common good. So I do believe that the work is worth if people are following our work. Otherwise, it's just an just for ourselves. So if you're interested in what I do, go to my social media and read the books and follow my work, and I will be able to answer all your questions through the LinkedIn or Instagram. And because I strongly believe in collective action, and I think we need collective action as much as possible.
Thank you very much, Stefano. And Dr. Sylwia Sporek, please.
I would say, because I totally agree with Stefano, follow our work, and this is a huge support, obviously, but also I think talking about animal welfare and baby steps is not very good idea if you want to support our work. And please don't call us radical people, radical organizations, because this is very bad narrative around people, movements, organizations, and groups that are doing a great job. The Last Generation movement, for example, faces a lot of attacks, a lot of cyber violence, a lot of misunderstanding perspective that I think is experience also of us. We also experience such attacks. So we are not the radicals, really, and I think creating your own movements and organization and asking questions would be a huge support also for our work.
Thank you very much. And staying with you, Dr. Sylwia Spurek, your think tank, Green Rep Institute, produces also movies. Why and how do you see the role of culture in the food system transition?
Well, we are not Stefano Liberti. We cannot write such good books, so we produce, I hope, good documentary movies. And we are doing this because we want people to be aware. We want people to open their minds, open their eyes, and the books, movies, all these tools of the culture sector are very good to raise people's awareness, to provide them with information, to make them start thinking in a more conscious way. So this is why Green Rep Institute produces documentary movies, and please do watch our movies, because this is also the support for us.
Thank you very much. And if you did miss Dining on Despair, our latest documentary movie, please do watch it on YouTube. And we still got 2 minutes, so I'll ask the last question to Stefano Liberti before I end the panel. How do you see the role of Ukraine in global food system? Is it the war for food?
The role of Ukraine in the global food system. I mean, it's a very difficult question as the last question. Ukraine is a big food producer for export, and the war has decreased the production in Ukraine, but it will keep on producing. The big question for our future is, will Ukraine join the European Union? And if yes, what is going to happen to our European producers? Because if you have such a big country with such low production costs, so there will be like some disruption in the European agriculture. So I haven't got like my personal position whether Ukraine should join or not the European Union. I hope that if yes, this process will be done in a proper way without disrupting the agriculture sector in the EU, because otherwise we will have a lot of protests, a lot of uprising all across Europe, because Ukraine is such a big player.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sylwia Spurek and Stefano Liberti. It was truly a pleasure to be able to speak to you today. To all the viewers, please don't go too far, as we are starting very soon another session in 10 minutes. Let's change the game. Time for healthy competition. On behalf of the organizers Green Rep Institute, I thank you very much once again. Stay with us for the last day of the European Vegan Summit. Thank you.
And we are live. Welcome everyone that is following us at home. Welcome to the panel. My name is Rafael Pinto. I'm the Senior Policy Manager at the European Vegetarian Union, and I will be your host for this panel. Let's change the game. Time for healthy competition. And with me, I have four fantastic game changers, starting with Camilla Björkbaum. She's the political advisor on food policy at Eurogroup for Animals. She's working on food with the aim to improve animal welfare in Europe's food systems at EU policy level. We also have Louise Johansen. She's the head of programs at the Vegetarian Society of Denmark and has played an important role in paving the way for the Danish Action Plan for Plant-Based Foods, as well as the Plant-Based Food Grant. We have Olivier Maurice joining us from Paris. He's the EU Public Affairs Officer at the French Animal Protection Organization, L214, which joined in 2021 after years of activism in the animal rights movement. And we also have Marcin Tischner. He's the Public Affairs Coordinator and Sustainability Expert at ProVeg Poland, and is committed to finding effective ways to create a more sustainable future for the food sector. He collaborates with retailers and across the chain with public authorities to encourage the change to more sustainable food systems and to educate about the alternative protein sector. So welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to be your host this evening, and let's get right into the first question. So the title of our panel is Let's Change the Game. It's time for healthy competition. Now, in your view, what does healthy competition mean in the context of today's food system? How can it help to accelerate the transition to more sustainable plant-based solutions? And I'll go straight to you, Marcin.
So, thank you, Rafael. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I guess it can have many meanings, healthy competition, but let me maybe say something from my local Polish market, for which I'm most familiar with. So I would say, for example, here in the Polish plant-based sector, we see an encouraging trend, I would say, that the plant-based producers, at least the ones that I'm in touch with, they recognize that we are all playing in the same team. So instead of competing between each other for the biggest slice of the current plant-based market, they have this approach that the only way to grow is to expand the market as a whole. So there is a shared understanding that the competitors that launch high-quality plant-based products, if that's the situation, it benefits everybody. So the consumers then perceive the entire category more positively. It drives growth for everybody. And I've heard many times that the worst competitor in this industry is actually a producer with a low quality products.
That's an interesting take on the competitive market. Olivier, how do you see the situation in France? Do you believe that you have a level playing field and there's healthy competition between the plant-based side of foods and the animal-based side?
Not really. The competition is definitely not healthy. Prices in the food environment in general are artificial, and the prices of meat and dairy is very low today because of the amount of subsidies. So these different products do not compete in a level playing field for sure. So it's good that we have this panel to go deep into the reason why the food environment is so biased and how we can change it.
So we got a perspective from Poland, from France. Now, Louise, in Denmark, is the market a little bit more leveled, or there's still a long way to go?
Well, I will also align a bit with Olivier, so there will still be a very long way to go, and definitely because of their heavy subsidies that is taking place and economic support, which is not kind of creating a level playing field between the animal-based and plant-based sectors as well. And I will also say, like, for building up more healthy competition, I will also kind of focus on like actually getting more knowledge or educating actually professional in the different types of sector. It could also be the finance and agricultural sector, because they have been so heavily focused on animal-based proteins and animal-based crops for so long. So their knowledge with all these professionals working in their agricultural sector or generally in the food sector is actually quite low. And that could actually also help perhaps create a more level playing field if we put more knowledge into these professionals.
That's a very interesting perspective, Luis. So it's not only the subsidies that we're talking about or the taxes on different foods, but even the whole system and of knowledge is more targeted towards one side of the food system. Camila, working in EU policy, one of the favorite terms that people in Brussels like to use is the level playing field. What's the level playing field like now? What could it look like for a leveled food system?
Yes, I think we have a lot of work ahead of us, and I wanted to come back to the concept that Oliver mentioned. So he talked about food environments, which I think is really a key concept, because the food environment is where consumers make their food choices. And at the moment, consumers, by the way that supermarkets are structured, by pricing, even how products are placed, what products are available, consumers are pushed towards more unhealthy, more unsustainable, more meat and dairy products. Even though consumers, when they are polled in surveys, they say they want to eat more healthy, sustainable food, they're interested in plant-based food, but they find it difficult to make those choices. So they find these barriers in accessing the food. So I think that like food environments is really like a key concept when we talk about fair competition. And I think especially in Brussels, now there is a debate and also proposals even to ban certain meat-like names for say veggie burgers, vegan sausages, etc., which would make it even more difficult for consumers to find those products. So we are really facing obstacles for a level playing field. And as some of you may know that has already been the case for, I would say oat milk, but the term that we are supposed to use or that the companies need to use is oat drinks, which is also an obstacle for consumers that want to switch from dairy milk to plant-based milk.
So Camila, what do you say to the proponents of consumer freedom that state that consumers should be free to choose any of the products, and that the government or the EU should not should not make consumers eat a certain way, should give them just freedom? What would you say to that argument?
That is a very interesting argument, because I think what food environments really show is that consumers are not the ones that decide ultimately what is put on their plate. Someone else already made the decision by the advertising, by the pricing, by the subsidies also, because the EU subsidies to agriculture have as one of their aims is to provide affordable food to consumers. But we also know that most of the subsidies, they do go to animal production.
Yeah. So going back to Luis, Denmark is the first country to launch this incredible plant-based action plan on plant-based foods. From your experience, what specific measures in the Danish approach have helped to create a healthier competition between conventional and plant-based producers? And how is this plan, or how can this plan create more choices for consumers?
I don't know, perhaps we'll start a different place. I think like to actually have this like action plan, actually what helped was also what getting their farmers definitely on board and having kind of the talk about more plants. So kind of how can we engage and get more plant-based foods as well also. So kind of saying like getting them on board actually and speaking up about, like as also Martin said, like actually making the cake bigger, like how can we actually kind of get people to eat more plant-based food as well, and to get them on board as well. And then also for creating like a healthier competition, I would not say, because subsidies have been so heavily towards animal-based sector, then also creating this plant-based food grant that we perhaps will talk a bit later, also is a way to kind of get this kind of sector going and actually getting their support both in kind of building sectoral bridges, but also stimulating demand and supply actually have been something that is kind of keen as well also, because you need to create a market actually to create a healthy competition. And because the plant-based sectors for many years haven't had the same kind of support and subsidy, this is kind of also, we need to kind of also create like the same kind of, as we spoke about earlier, level playing field also to kind of in the support of creating actually a strong sector, plant-based sector.
Exactly. And Olivier, coming from France, a country such strong rooted traditions in gastronomy, how do you see this freedom of choice of consumers? Are currently in the current market, consumers are free to choose? Is there a healthy competition between the different sides of the agriculture industry?
Freedom of choice is just a myth, and people are made to believe that they are the one who choose their food, but like Camilla said, they are not. Because of marketing, because of subsidies, etc. It's been decided for them what they will eat at the end and what will end up in their plates. I found it very disturbing and hypocritical when I hear policymakers saying that they want to defend the choice of consumers, while in the same time trying to ban certain meat names like veggie burger or vegetarian sausage.
Yeah, and now going back to Poland, I'm guessing the scenario is not much different for Polish consumers, Marcin?
Yeah, I mean, there are many structural ways in which meat is promoted, starting from our meals in schools, where meat, I think the recent surveys shows that around 80% of meals in schools are based on meat. Of course, we have a tradition in Poland to eat vegetarian meals or non-meat meals during Fridays, but it all sometimes comes up as a fish. Even though Poland culinary traditions are strongly related to pulses and legumes, which seems to be forgotten for the last years. But speaking also about the leveling the playing field, I think the one topic not mentioned yet is the VAT rates, which tend to be in general in Europe higher for plant-based alternatives than for their animal-based counterparts. In Poland, for example, there was a discussion a few years ago about increasing the VAT rate for plant-based milk to 23%, while cow milk remained at 5%. It fortunately didn't pass, but we still have some differences between plant-based meat and animal-based meat. It's 8 and 5% of VAT rate, so it still creates some, of course, some challenges, some problems for the pricing of plant-based alternatives.
And I think this is a perfect segue for the next question to Camilla, which is looking at the EU policy perspective. What can the EU change? In which policies can we act to ensure that there's a level playing field? Marcin here mentioned VAT rates. He also mentioned the school scheme. Where should we start?
Yes, and I think those are really good policies or policy proposals that should be changed, definitely. Another one that is actually, because I have to say that some policy options in the EU seem to be very far away today, more far away than they were only 4 years ago, because the debate has changed a lot with the war on Ukraine. So it has changed a lot into other issues away from sustainability. But the one policy that seemed to get some traction now is at least on public procurement. So you may be aware that on public procurement, the only mandatory criteria for procurers buying food for schools, for example, or hospitals, is on price. It's possible to also say that we want to have a sustainable product. So there is that criteria as well. But when you look at it, most procurers go for the lowest price. And now what the hope now with the revision of the public procurement directives is that alongside the price criteria, there would also be the criteria of quality. And then, of course, quality is a broad criteria, but we were mentioning quality at the beginning of this talk. So I think that, best price criteria alongside with quality criteria is at least a step in the right direction. It will help procurers, and it is something that can actually happen during this mandate. Then I don't know if I should go into, maybe I should say something also about the agricultural policy, because I think that...
Yes, please.
Yes, I will do that then. So the EU has a really large budget for agricultural subsidies, and this is the Common Agricultural Policy. And this one is a huge policy, and it is being revised at this very moment for the next 7 years. It will run from 28 to 2034. And this new proposal, it does have some promising parts, but they are really small steps. And often when we talk about food, we put a lot of hope and trust into the production side policy. So we think that the Common Agricultural Policy is where we need to change. But that policy is very difficult to change in fundamental ways, partly because it's really like a small step policy, but it's also a production side policy. And it seems that when we talk about food, what is really missing is policies that can change the demand. Because the Common Agricultural Policy, it is sort of, it gives out, at the moment, the vast majority of the money, over 80%, goes to animal farming, either directly or through the production of feed. But if you look at the CAP as it's abbreviated, it's really sort of, it doesn't really care so much about the outcome, whether the production is for animal feed or whether it's crops for human food. But it is sensitive to the market. So if we can increase demand for more plant-based products, for more crops that are grown for human food, then there will also be incentives for farmers to switch their production. So that is why also this concept of food environments is so crucial, and that we have this, that we make the connection between the production side policies and the demand side policies, and look at public procurement, VAT reductions for veg and legumes that Marcin mentioned, for example.
So the production side policies that we currently have in the EU are mostly geared towards animal production. And when we look to demand side production, demand side policies, they're simply not there. There seems to be a disconnect between what we need to eat and what our regulations, or the lack of regulations, is promoting. But still, on the side of the production policies, Louise, Denmark created this plant-based food grant, is one of the first. It's a unique example of public investment in alternatives, in plant-based foods. How do you see this targeted funding influence the market dynamics?
Yeah, I think because it has like 3 focus area, the plant-based food grant, and one of them is kind of stimulating demand, because as Camilla said, it is really crucial that you create, and because this grant is primarily focused on Denmark, it was also create a national market, but also looking at the export, because Denmark is a huge exporter of food as well also. So that was actually, when we started the plant-based food grant for the first round, it was actually the prime focus was on kind of stimulating demand, because that is what everyone said, like this is really crucial to actually get this kind of sector going as well. And I also wanted to add a few things for Camilla when she talked about public procurement and perhaps creating more quality-based measures. And one of them, at least, because we come also, Denmark is highly focused on organic food, like that could also be a quite interesting or measure, also because it's kind of a scheme that is both like in EU, like you have regulation related to organic foods as well, and it will also kind of help support like environmental measures as well as biodiversity. So I think that could also be kind of a quite interesting or quite a welcoming measure to put into quality, actually, to have as a first step talk about organic foods there as well. And then we can also say, when we talked about demand or creating more demand through the plant-based food grants, a lot of the things have been focusing on more structural projects, which you can say, again, coming back to kind of professionals, like how can we make professionals provide more plant-based foods, because they do a lot of meals every day, and the public sector is really big, and of course it's differences from different countries, but also because it's kind of it's their work, you know, so there could be a pride, there's something, and it's kind of like they know also to handle like how do you actually make a delicious plant-based meal. Also, because what we've seen, at least in Denmark, it's actually like people use less time on cooking, and their skills is getting like less and less well developed. So actually focusing on professionals have been kind of one of the key entrance ports to creating a stronger demand. And it professional in a very broad sense. It's both kitchen professional, health professionals. It's also kind of agricultural schools. It's also nutritionals. So it's kind of a really broad scope of professionals you have to kind of think about in this context. Thank you.
So definitely the demand side, the consumer side is not just we going to supermarkets or going to a restaurant. There's a whole lot more behind. I think, Camilla, you wanted to add something?
Yes. So when Louise was talking about an action plan for plant-based food, it just came to mind that I forgot one of the policy developments in Brussels that are potentially interesting and could potentially also help us on the support for more plant-based food, and that is something that is called a protein strategy. So it's been talked about for a long time, but it has so far not happened. Now it's foreseen for next year. Now, maybe some people, or the way that it is framed, usually in the debate, is that we need more protein feed for animals, because the EU is importing a lot of protein feed, so we are not self-sufficient. So it's sort of part of this security narrative that we have. But still, a protein strategy should, and it has the potential of also incorporating more protein crops for human consumption. And unlike the CAP, maybe the protein strategy is also where it will be more easy to actually get some more of the demand side, to get that kind of thinking into the strategy, that we need the demand side. And also, I think we mentioned from all this report from Denmark and Poland, how farmers can also benefit from diversifying their production.
Yeah, and we actually have a couple member states that have their own protein strategies already. And one of the most important parts of those strategies that they actually set targets for the amount of, or the balance of animal and plant protein that we should be eating. And well, with the goal of increasing plant-based consumption. But of course, we're seeing a lot of adverse reactions to policies geared towards demand side. In Poland, that was possible. In Denmark, that was possible. But it was only possible, I understand, Louise, because there was such a huge coalition of stakeholders. They wanted to put this forward and negotiate with policymakers. How can we build such coalitions? How did it work in Denmark? How was Denmark able to overcome this hurdle or these adverse reactions that policymakers usually have against demand side policies?
Yeah, thank you. I think I touched a little bit upon it as well. And of course, like policy work, it's the long-term game. So it's not something that's just happening within like the blink of an eye. So it's also been on our way more than 6-8 years, also coming in Denmark. But what we, at least when we reflect back, that we have done that created a momentum or a strong coalition, was actually making different types of collaboration with different actors within the agricultural sector, and also kind of making sure that we actually was focused on like more plants. So we didn't, especially when we had this kind of dialogue with farmers, we were very focused on kind of not talking about less animals because we cannot agree upon that, but just kind of what can we agree upon? And that was kind of, they could also see a business opportunity. They could also see a market for their farmers earning money as well, for like also for producing like crops for human consumptions as well. So that's been a hugely valuable thing, but it also have been taking quite a lot of time to build up this momentum. And also want to kind of like from what Camilla say, it's very positive also that the Commission have proposed this protein strategy. I think one of the things that we also in the task force we have kind of an EU action plan for plant-based food that we've been proposed a lot of stakeholders together. That has also been kind of like, we need to kind of see if we can get a strategy kind of within the overall protein strategy. That would be at least kind of our hope, which solely focus on plants for human consumption. Because at least what we have seen in Denmark, and also because we know farmers, organization, and industries are, and animal-based industry are strong players, then we could be hesitant to see like if we can at the end of the game, would they kind of pull everything that is related to kind of human consumption and just focus on proteins crops for feed. So I think in our advocacy, we really have to be very attentive to kind of see like, would we be in a situation where they pull everything in the last minute because feed is so important? So kind of how can we kind of make them kind of make something that is just primarily solely focus on plant protein for human consumption, to kind of have it as a like an underlining plan strategy, whatever, to the overall protein strategy. I think that was just at least something that we have been taking a lot of into consideration, just to make sure that we're not standing in a place where we don't get anything related to more kind of promoting or kind of developing like this plant-based sector, which we are in dearly need of, especially also now because of the food security and food sovereignty issue as well.
Exactly. So I think for everyone watching at home now, the message is do research the EU Plant-Based Action Plan proposed by a coalition of civil society and farmers, and do talk about it with your family members, with your policymakers, and make it a mainstream idea. Olivier, as we're seeing, social and political changes, especially in the food sphere, and this is what happened in Denmark, are usually achieved through a diverse coalition of stakeholders. In practice, how do you see the plant-based movement collaborating with other stakeholders? Are we doing enough to broaden and mainstream our ideas, such as, for example, a plant-based action plan? Do you have specific examples of collaborations that were successful as well in France?
Well, science is crystal clear when we talk about our diets, whether it's for health reason, for climate reason, for water pollution, environmental reason, you name it. We have to drastically change the way we eat. And the animal rights movement used all the scientific data available to push for a change in our diet patterns. But it seems like there's still room for improvement in terms of coalition and activism. Coalition, I mean, with NGOs, whether they are from climate background, environmental background, health background. Sometimes we don't collaborate enough. And we have to convince these big players sometimes to campaign on our topics. And we've seen in France that, especially in the health sector, big NGOs are quite reluctant to touch this field because they believe that the intake of meat is quite a sensitive issue, and even though they support us, they don't want to go public about that. So we have to convince them to do so. Also, what appears to me as kind of crucial is to try to be innovative in the way we build up our coalition, and maybe to try to think about how we could change all the enemies, so-called enemies, into future allies. I'm going to
How do you suggest we do that?
Yeah, I'm going to try to illustrate that with an example of a campaign. So back in 2015, so 10 years ago. Alt14 released an investigation about the grinding of chicks in France, and the outrage was huge. It was all over the press, and the egg sector was under the spotlight, and they did not like it. Of course, at the beginning, they didn't want to change their practices because why would they do that? But the French government had to impose a ban on chick grinding. And just overnight, the egg sector switched from I don't want to have a ban on chick grinding to okay, let's extend this ban at EU level, because the competition was not good. They had to pay extra to buy oversexing devices, so they faced higher production costs the European neighbors, and they, because of this investment that they have to do, so creating this uneven playing field among industries and among mid-sector, etc., could force companies to join demands that go in our direction within the frame of unexpected collaboration.
Excellent example. And a good way of showing that sometimes we really should have a lot more EU legislation to ensure a level playing field, even when some countries want to move ahead and then they can't, or they have a harder time because the production costs will be higher. Marcin, we started this panel by saying that, well, you collaborate with food producers and retail chains and public authorities. How do you see this coalition building in Poland, but also for the movement as a whole? And the follow-up question would be, if you could build these coalitions, or if you're being successful in building these coalitions, what would be the key mechanisms that this coalition should ask to be changed in policy?
So for the last few years, definitely the number of organizations working in the area of food systems in Poland has grew significantly. And we as Providge Poland are also a part of some of them. So big thanks, for example, for Future Food for Climate Coalition, the Safe Food Federation in Poland, the Polish Association of Plant-Based Food Producers. There are many great initiatives, and they tackle some different issues from different angles. And I think what is also important is this discussion, and kind of like what Oliver mentioned, is that like the world is changing. We need to also adjust our narratives to reach new possible allies and try to join the forces in our shared goal. I mean, animal welfare is of course very, very important argument for more plant-based food on our plates. But as we've seen last year, the health aspects grew, the environmental aspects, people became more aware about it. Right now we see, at least in Poland, but I guess in other countries as well, some movement towards, for example, food security aspects, benefits for farmers coming from, for example, the local pulses production, security in terms of during war, for example. We've seen, for example, in USA that, for example, their Department of Defense was investing heavily into alternative protein research for security reasons, for providing food in challenging times. So those coalitions, though, yes, could be aligned through many goals, through many shared values, and it's good to find this kind of colleagues within industry, within NGO sectors, within public administration. All of us want to make the world a better place. We just somehow define this in a different way, but looking for a shared language is always a great tool to start this discussion and search for allies.
And which key policy mechanisms would you be demanding that a coalition asks policymakers for? If you had to pick a few, yeah.
Yeah, sure. There are a few of them. For the economic reasons, I would say the leveling the VAT rates. For public health, We currently have strong discussions about amending the public procurement for meals in schools. We see some movement. We see some changes, for example, about making it compulsory for schools to provide legume-based meal once a week. There are some other, let's say, less good amendments there, but some of the changes there and relations to planetary health diet are very, very good for our case. For food security, I guess we still need to start discussions with the ministries of defense to show that it actually, like in case of war, we don't need only an equipment, but also stable sources of food in a long term.
Yes. Exactly. And Louise, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, it's just to add a thing. So I think also to kind of see if it's possible to make coalition. I think one idea, perhaps for everyone, if they don't have it, could be an idea to create some kind of network for plant proteins or something similar, where you actually kind of invite every stakeholder to come in, and where you, if you have the possibility or can look out for funding, to have different kind of events, because then you will get them all perhaps together in an environment where there will be sharing or getting more network, sharing different types of knowledge, sharing also, as Olivier said, what is the latest science and what is the latest development in different sectors as well. So just kind of, if people, if different countries doesn't have it, it could be a great kickstarter to actually see if you can find even more allies actually through creating a network.
And a key part in any alliance would be the consumer side, of course. And Camilla, something that has been very, very hot here in Brussels is the discussions on labeling. Several different types of labeling towards food. We're talking about the animal protection labeling. We're talking about discussions on Nutri-Score. Now we're even discussing, yes, once again, banning some words for plant-based products. How can is the European Commission taking meaningful steps to ensure that we have the right label in the EU, that consumers are sufficiently informed when they buy a product?
Yes, no, you're very right. There has been several proposals for different labels. I'm going to start with what you mentioned about the banning of different, meat-like names on veggie products, because that is interesting, because that is actually very unnecessary. So the demand for banning, so the argument that is based on is that consumers are confused if something is called, say, veggie burger. But actually, in this particular case, there is already regulation. So there is already a food information to consumers legislation, which works very well. So in that sense, consumers are already informed. And this is also something that has been shown in surveys and pollings that are done for consumers. Then what is actually missing and where it's very difficult for consumers, it is when it comes to animal welfare, for example. And that is causing real obstacles also in public procurement, for example, because it's very difficult to say how to see how an animal was actually raised from the whole lifespan, from birth until slaughter. The only labeling we have there is on eggs. And the egg labeling, you may know that it is about the housing system. And we could foresee something similar for animal welfare, but also taking more aspects into account. So that is something that would be really needed. And if we get the quality criteria in public procurement, then it will also help for procurers if there is a harmonized label. There are many national labels on animal welfare, but there isn't one that is harmonized across the EU. So that is a label that is really missing. There's also been the proposals about sustainability label, but I think that is now now sort of it has disappeared from the agenda. And the animal welfare label is also not happening anytime soon. But I would really like to stress that that would be really, really needed.
So what you're saying is that we would need EU level regulation on the animal welfare labeling. So no matter where you are in Europe, you could have the same logos, the same information, the same standards, and consumers will be, well, better informed.
Could I also add a slight bit for also what Camila said about the labeling? So like a reflection also from our part could also be like this kind of now coming back to this domination and this ban again, if it could have something to do actually much more related to cultured meat or precision fermentation than it's actually have with kind of what we kind of mostly known as fermented or plant-based products, as they is like built from more like raw materials. So it's actually kind of a way to kind of perceive the future, like we can actually make something that is meat, but just in a lab. And that would, for a lot of stakeholders, still be something that they are really, really heavily against. So I would say that could be one of the reasons that this kind of banning is coming ahead. So kind of also to prevent something that perhaps will happen in the future, and which also could be very much needed. But actually right now, because we see most product, as you said, Camila, like consumers are not confused at all. They know, and of course you can see the labeling. So I think that is just kind of unfortunately their discussion, and it takes a lot of energy away actually from wanting to kind of build up this sector and actually make it compatible and actually get much more innovation and much more stakeholders coming into this sphere, which is quite disturbing and very kind of hindering like a faster development that we would love to see.
Exactly, and taking that misconception or sometimes even lack of education of policymakers or consumers on these new technologies. I would go back to you, Marcin. Of course, an important part of your job is educating on alternative proteins. How does ProVeg Poland work to promote informed choices and to support innovation in the spirit of a healthy competition?
So I would say in our case, we are the structure of our organization works like this, that we are the local office in Poland, but of course we have a strong support from our headquarters. So we have much knowledge from other countries in which the alternative protein sector is way more developed, like Germany, Netherlands. We have our offices right now in I think 15 countries across the whole world. So it's actually a good platform for us to share the best practices internally, and then propose and mention what are the best cases that could be adjusted for Polish market. We do it by sharing, promoting reports, insights, consumer data from other countries and from Poland as well to the Polish food sector. Of course, many of the companies are not producing only for Polish market, so it's also important for them how does the situation looks like in Germany or the Netherlands. We often say that what is happening in those countries now will happen in Poland in the next 3 to 5 years. So we help businesses understand those market trends. We participate in coalitions. We bring together food producers and other stakeholders through our events, like the New Food Forum event. So we discuss the latest developments about alternative protein sector there. Referring also to what was Luis mentioned earlier about the nomination, I think like from our case, it's the disadvantage of this solution is also that it creates uncertainty for the producers. So it's harder to invest in branding, in names, in creating strategy, if it can be crushed within a month or two when this kind of proposal pops up. So that's, I think, additional aspect of why this possible denomination ban could be so hurtful for the industry.
Yes, and I believe we'll have some time to Q&A. So please, everyone watching, leave your questions and do tell us the story if you ever bought a plant-based product by mistake in the supermarket because you couldn't understand that it was a veggie burger or a veggie sausage. And talking about education, of course, a counterpart is misconceptions, and some misconceptions might be even created on purpose. So going over to you, Olivier, an integral part of a level playing field and a healthy competition is that information is available to everyone, and that communication, well, it's honest and based on facts. Facing resistance from possibly many industries, and L214 is very well known for your great communication campaigns. Which strategies do you see that should be applied to create a more level playing field, or which legislative actions should we take to ensure a level playing field on the communication side as well?
Well, I agree with what has been said already, especially by Camila, when it comes to legislative actions and the different opportunities that we have at EU level. So I won't develop on that. But I'd like to say that we hear the industry, we hear Copa-Cogeca talking about like the need to produce and to eat meat, extra, and to keep like things the way they are. But I believe we scarcely hear farmers talk about that. In France, we've seen protest over the past years, and it was farmers. It was not at the beginning led by farmers' union. It was just people who were living in horrible conditions with very high debts, and they were really suffering, and they wanted to find a solution to their suffering, basically. And I believe that farmers and animal farmers are not necessarily reluctant to shift their production towards plant-based products. I don't have data for France, but I've been through a report on it. It was in Poland, I believe. And it was just interviews to animal farmers, and half of them were okay to shift from animal production towards plant-based production as long as they can make a living with that. So I'd like to put that here for the discussion. Like, should we also try to shift the narrative and to give the voice to the farmers so themselves can say that it's okay to change. It's okay to change our habits. We are okay to do so as long as we can live, as long as we can make a living with that. And also, we believe that, we, L214, believe that retailers are a very big and key player in terms of diet change, and they could be campaigned. And today, L214 is at the very beginning of a big campaign aiming to save 600 million of animals every year in France by 2030, which roughly corresponds to a 50% reduction of the number of animals that here annually, and replacing them by plant-based products. And we decided, after long thoughts and long brainstorms, to frame it as like that, and not as a shift in the conception, because we need to deliver in terms also of story. We need to make citizens understand that themselves they can change something. They can save up to 600 million animals, and we believe it's a very happy message, and that we've got to convey happiness, optimism, and yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that in a few years. And yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that seems like the great angle, pulling on the positive side and involving farmers more. I want to ask Louise on this next, but first, I think Camila wanted to add something.
Yes, I wanted to pick up on the importance of retailers that Olivier mentioned, because I think that the retailers are often left out, and even like in Brussels, you can see that even the organizations that are representing retailers, they are protesting that the Commission is focusing so much on agriculture that they are leaving out the middle chain in the vision that the Commission has for food and agriculture. And there has been, and I don't think it's unreasonable, because retailers are such an important part of the food chain. But mostly the talk is, we discuss about farmers, about regulating farming, but really talking about also putting obligations on food businesses and on the middle chain. And of course, there are some examples of that when it comes to marketing unhealthy food to children. And in the EU, there is now a voluntary code of conduct for businesses, but some of the things that are in that code of conduct could maybe be binding for all businesses. So I think that is something that would be also important to think about when we talk about food environments. And of course, we can work with the retailers and have campaigns, but I think there is also room to regulate.
Yeah, Camila, still looking at this possible competition between retailers. Some retailers are definitely moving ahead, setting goals for more plant-based food sales, for more plant protein sales. Looking at the theme of our panel, competition, do you see these retailers having a special competitive advantage in the upcoming years because they were the first ones to move and set these targets?
I think so. Yeah, and I definitely hope so. But it's hard to say. But I do think so. I do think so. And I think that the more, because I hope that consumers are rewarding those retailers. But of course, there are also difficulties because of now we are in a cost of living crisis. So we also have to be aware that price is a real issue for many consumers. So I can't really predict.
Yes, thank you. And Louise, going back to the relationship with farmers, of course, to develop the plant-based, the action plan on plant-based foods, you involved a lot of farmers in Denmark. Can you elaborate how that relationship went and how you were able to evolve the farmers as well?
Yes, it's coming a little bit back to the network for plant proteins that we created back in 2019, where of course we also invited the food and agricultural farmers, like the Food and Agricultural Council, which is the biggest farmers organization in Denmark, and they actually participated and got quite curious, also because we had a lot of focus on kind of market developments and possibility for farmers and growing the market as well. And so they were actually the one asking us together with another organization to do actually a research and development strategy for plant-based food. So that was actually the farmers themselves saying, like, we want to give more opportunity to our farmers, and we can see it's not like and or, but both and. So actually we want to give them more possibility to actually grow and have more income streams as well also. So that was kind of also them initiating, and that have kind of kept on building the development with them actually, and which also mean now that we have an initiative called Danish Plant-Based Diplomacy, where we have 7 organizations behind it, and one of them is the Food and Agricultural Council, and actually one of their innovation directors is going out and coming with us to different countries. He's been in Brussels, Madrid, Athens also, and coming there and speaking like, why is it a good idea also for farmers to be involved in the kind of the narrative on like more plants, like they should also have more, it could be an income stream for them, why we should also engage also in this growing this plant-based sector. So kind of we had the possibility, of course also we have a very innovative and some very positive vibes also from them, but also because we of course have been engaging in a very pragmatic dialogue with them, and also kind of saying like we also know what we do not agree on, And instead of like using a lot of time on that, we kind of focus on what we actually agree on. So we've been very fortunate and lucky actually to have such a close collaboration with them. But I really hope that we over the coming years will actually see this kind of development also in other countries as well. And of course, also we have a close collaboration also with the organic farmers, and that would also be a place where we normally would say it would be a good place to start, because they would also often have a focus, like they want, like you can say, better meat, but then they will also kind of see if we need to grow everything organic, we also will need a much different balance between plant-based protein and animal-based proteins as well. So that would also be a very interesting start to have conversation with their, if you have any organic animal farmers organization, to have a conversation with them also, because sometimes they also are a bit more innovative or very curious also about the plant-based proteins.
Yeah, so we've discussed farmers, but what about the traditional international big food corporations? Something that we often hear in policy from certain policymakers is that they might even agree that we need policies to change more towards plant-based foods, but they really don't want the market to be held by a few global corporations. They really don't want this level of concentration. How do you answer to those policymakers, and what can we do is to prevent these monopolies or market consolidation?
Was it a question for everyone?
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to hear everyone, of course, but starting with you.
Okay,
Liz.
I didn't want to please. Yeah, I think it's a tricky part, but because we know like a lot of these big corporations actually have a big share of the market. I would say when we come to kind of innovation, then sometimes you will need smaller companies to be more agile. It is not possible for a huge corporation, but we also need big corporations because they also perhaps have more like a much more like a set up value chain, and they also have a big more like a marketing setup and everything, which could actually help like accelerate it. It doesn't have to be an either or, but I think it's actually something that is quite tricky because we need both. But at least what we have seen in Denmark is like when you see like the real innovation, it will often be from like some of the smaller companies, like somewhat like some more like interesting innovations, where from the bigger companies it's much perhaps a bit something that they adapt from other ones or kind of tweak. So definitely we still need to have a strong focus on kind of how can we support these startups actually within the food sector, for sure.
Thank you. Marcin, what's your take on this market consolidation?
I would say that I agree it would be very good to support programs that are investing in startups. And as Luis mentioned, I mean, the startups are more agile. They can go and test and switch the projects and adjust to the market needs way more quickly than big corporations. So the more startups are involved in creating good quality, plant-based, affordable, sustainable, based on local sources products, then we have a bigger share of it in our market. Another way, I think, is also like direction for consumer education is to, because the market share, we are speaking right now mostly about, I guess, processed foods. But speaking about whole foods and unprocessed foods, it's more about creating opportunities for local farmers to transform their goods, their veggies, their pulses, their fruits to big cities, to all people in general. So I think this kind of policies in which we have access to fresh, seasonal, local veggies and creating opportunities for it, it's a good step to actually move the balance from big corporations to local farmers.
Yeah, thank you, Marcin. I think you touched on a very important point, is that usually if we actually have some kind of public policies and programs to support innovation and startups, to support the development in our universities, then there's a higher likelihood that these products will end up being produced and sold by small companies, SMEs and startups. Olivier, how do you see this situation also with the French perspective?
It's a very interesting question. what happens in France is that we see some startups trying to develop their products, and quite often they are painted portrait by the right and by the MEPs trying, to ban meaty names for plant-based alternatives, etc. These startups are portrayed as puppets from the Silicon Valley. I know it's bonkers, it's just ridiculous, but that's the way it is. So of course they've got it's important that they exist and they sell their products and they grow bigger, etc. That's great. And some of the brands in France, they are still small companies, but they do a great job in terms of marketing. Talking about, for example, La Vie Foods, they are very famous in Paris because their posters in the metro station are just incredibly smart, funny, catchy. So that's the best in terms of marketing. On the other hand, I'd like to just say that it's good to have large companies involved too, because the right and MEPs that do not want plant-based food to grow bigger, they will not be able to portray these big companies as Trojan horses or puppets from the Silicon Valley. And also the presence of this huge player carries a huge weight in terms of possibility of lobbying and pressure in order to have more balanced food markets.
I think Louise wants to add something to that.
Yeah, and also for Martina, I think very interesting also, as you said, like focusing not only on processed food, but also on whole foods, see if like creating shorter value chains. And I think that would also connect to what Camila said about actually these public procurement actually. So how can we actually make sure like farmers or people perhaps not like farmers can be giving like their crops or selling their crops actually perhaps to their closest municipalities or the closest city. So these shorter value chains connected with the public procurement would also be very interesting actually perhaps to make sure that we also still have a lot of smaller or like medium-sized company actually being engaged in the food system as well.
Exactly. I mean, if in public procurement, the main criteria to give a company a contract is the price, then the big companies usually are rewarded. So even there, having a little bit more regulation and sustainability, environmental criteria might help. We covered a lot of ground today here with a lot of policy, but going back to something more touchable for all of us as consumers, and as people, how do you see the market evolved in the last few years in your own countries? Maybe starting with Marcin, how did you see the plant-based market and the consumption of plant-based foods evolved in the last few years in Poland?
So the recent sales data show that the market was booming through pandemics, through the, I would say, the first like between 2019 2022, and for the last few years we have kind of like, I would say, stagnation for the market of plant-based meat. There definitely the prices, the high inflation in Poland resulted in, I would say, not that significant growth. The market for plant-based meat became stable. The market for plant-based milk is growing at this similar ways. Is very visible that at the biggest discounter, the plant-based milk offer is always there. So that's very, very a positive sign. We have some data about slight meat consumption declines in Poland. In total, of course, there are those stronger decline for red meat and slight growth for poultry. But the thing, I think, also a positive sign is about pulses, because we came up to data recently that the pulses, both consumption and production, grow significantly in the last 3 to 4 years. It's both for consumption and for area of production. It's a growth of around 50%. So a significant growth. It's from a low level, I would say. Of course, the pulses consumption used to be very high. It came down to a very low numbers, but hopefully it's getting back again. So let's hope this trend in this case will continue.
Thank you, Olivier. France is also known for some dishes with pulses. How's the consumption evolving in the last few years?
I'm not sure I could tell you about the consumption of pulses, but about the consumption of meat, we've seen a very slight decline of red meats, especially beef, and the chicken intake goes slightly up. So it doesn't really move significantly in terms of volume, but in terms of animal killed, it worsened over the years because we kill more chicken, so it does not go in the right direction. But when it comes to plant-based alternatives, then the increase is quite significant over the year, so it's good. And it's especially notable because if you find yourself in a French supermarket, in the meat part of it, you will find kilometers of ham, and you'll need a map to find the only place where they sell a few alternatives, so that consumers are able to find them and to buy them is very good. And so I'm quite confident that people want these alternatives, and they just need the food environment to change in order to be able to buy what they want and to have finally a free choice.
What about the attitudes of society towards these plant-based foods? Is that not just the consumption, but the general attitude, since France is known for having very strong opinions regarding food and their traditional foods? How is that attitude changing, if it is at all, of course?
Yeah, it is. A lot of people realized that for health reasons, to go slow on it, and sometimes once in a while to have a plant-based alternative. So it's good. The only problem is that we have a lot of people with a very large audience who keep saying that it's Frankenstein food, that it's not natural, etc. So these people, these voices, and sometimes these political parties are able to shape a narrative which just does not reflect the reality of the opinion of the people.
Is this the case in Denmark as well, or is the narrative a little bit more positive towards plant-based foods?
Yeah, I think the picture would be quite similar to the one that Marcin shared also from Poland. And now also this kind of new discussion on ultra processed food is also a not highly unwelcoming debate also coming in, which also where people getting a little more, hesitant just because they do not have as much knowledge about foods. So they get a bit more insecure if these are actually more healthy for them, which they're studies have shown that overall they are as well. So it seems like there's kind of this narrative also have kind of made people a bit more uncertain, which is also again why we would really love to see or think that also a lot of their more plant-based products, also from the raw materials as pulses, veggies, legumes, and all of these things would actually have to come from professionals actually for them to kind of inspire also people's consumption at home, and perhaps also introducing more slightly processed food and also see these are actually healthy. And it will also kind of this kind of new discussion on ultra processed food would also mean that food producers or people developing new types of plant-based products actually have to pay even more attention actually to make sure that their product is as healthy as possible, and perhaps even also with much more clean label that we've been seeing until now. I can just also share with Oliver, I was in one of their supermarket in Paris, and you actually found a baguette with their ham and plant-based ham and cheese. So that was very lovely to see as well also. But as we said also with Camilla, I've shared with the food environment that it's still sometimes placed in a special category and not next to the things that they are supposed to actually replace, which actually would mean that a lot of consumers would not look there because they kind of don't see themselves perhaps as vegetarians and vegans and want to have something different. So I think there's still a way to go also to kind of make it easier for people to have the option to choose plant-based products.
Yeah, I think Camila, for everyone at home, Camila is having some connection issues, but I will move with, a closing statement from each one of you. Over this hour, we talked about the policies that we should implement, that the EU should implement, each country should implement. Now I would like you to reflect shortly, in 1 minute or less, in the good policies towards healthy competition that your countries have adopted. If any. If not, you can also say that nothing has been done. And maybe to make it easier, I would start with Louise. We already heard about the plant-based action plan and the plant-based food grant. Are there any other policies that you believe Denmark adopted that should be replicated in other countries?
Yeah, just to add a slight nuance to the plant-based food grant, which is this funding mechanism, which I think it's very helpful in supporting kind of creating a plant-based sector. That would also be that the grant is actually built as such as 50% of the funding goes to organic plant-based food. So actually having this organic element would also kind of help us also kind of connect with the organic production, and also kind of ensure that we actually also deliver on goals on environment, and we also deliver on biodiversity, water, better water environment as well. So that could also be a connection, kind of how can you get other measurements in? And we really see that there's a really strong and really good synergy between those. And of course, we would love to see from this year, there will be kind of an impact assessment of the projects kind of funded in the plant-based food grant. So hopefully over the next 1 to 2 years, we will be able actually to share, to see like what is actually the impact of these projects. And hopefully we can show a lot of good results. Thank you.
Marcin, what are the best practices from Poland that we all should adopt?
Yeah, I mean, I would say besides some positive signs that I mentioned earlier about possible changes in our public procurement and bigger inclusion of pulses and legumes, I would say that, at least in my opinion, the topic of planetary health diet is becoming widely respected, at least at the narrative stage across different ministries. So the references to this topic are present both in the Ministry of Health, the Materials, Ministry of Agriculture. It is also part of new curricula for primary schools. So it's a good positive sign that there is some kind of awareness that this topic should be promoted and should be mentioned in many different aspects. Another thing that I would say is slightly growing, slightly popping up, but those are some national grants for innovations, for food innovations, and some of them are related to companies operating in alternative protein space. It's not probably the level as we see in some Western countries, but I think it's for our case it's quite reasonable, and it's starting to grow. So let's hope that this will continue in the following years as well.
Thank you so much, Marcin. Olivier, what about France? Are there any policy best practices?
Well, maybe you're aware of the fact that our prime minister just was changed a few days ago, but just before he left his office, he managed to change a strategy that is being discussed between different DGs in France, and it's a food strategy. And the food strategy that was agreed upon was mentioning the need to reduce the intake of meat, with no objective, no days, etc. But still, like the principle of we need to reduce the intake of meat was in there. And just before he left, François Bayrou, our previous next minister, managed to erase that. So there's still room for improvement in France, and we've got to look in the future, because right now, like it does not look very good in terms of we do not set a very good example. We are not leaders in Europe in terms of shift towards plant-based alternative.
Well, thank you, Olivier. I think we are all going to keep working to improve that future and to make that future happen. I want to thank you very much for attending this panel and for your excellent contributions. I want to thank everyone that is also watching us at home. I hope all your questions were answered. And to close, just to highlight that the next panel will start at 6:45 Central Eastern Time. And it is Behind the Green Mask, Food Industries Marketing Tricks. So stay tuned. I believe it's also the last panel of the EBS this year, so don't miss it. And thank you so much. It was a pleasure being back this year with this great panel of game changer that are going to continue changing the game for consumers, for companies, and on the policy level.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the last panel of the European Vegan Summit. My name is Kamila Kadzidłowska, and I have the honor to be moderator of this panel, Behind the Green Mask, Food Industry's Marketing Tricks. Me, I'm a climate policy officer and European Climate Pact ambassador, and also co-founder of Rodzice dla Klimatu, Parents for Climate movement, grassroots movement that brings together parents in Poland and worldwide to act for climate justice and with this intergenerational responsibility spirit. My activism focuses on children's rights to clean air, healthy food, access to nature, and climate education, while actively challenging greenwashing and disinformation. Earlier, I worked in media and development education, which gave me the communication tools I now try to use to connect policy with people's everyday lives. And both in this case, in my work and professional life, as a researcher and parent, I return again and again to a few urgent questions that will be also at the heart of our panel today. How is it possible that billions in public money still support an industry driving both the public health and the climate crisis? Why do systemic mechanisms continue to shape families' everyday choices in invisible and unfair ways? And most importantly, most probably, how do we move past the illusions and demand real change? So these questions will be at the heart of our today's panel, and I'm especially grateful to Green Ref for inviting me to moderate this session and more for the chance to explore and look for the answers together with the outstanding experts from different fields and from across Europe and US, each bringing a unique perspective to this debate. So please stay engaged and keep your questions ready for the Q&A. And now let me welcome our panelists. Thank you each for being here. Giulia Innocenti, nice to have you with us. Investigative journalist and with Rai Report, Italian public TV, and co-director of Food for Profit documentary that exposes the hidden realities of factory farming across EU. Giulia, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We also have Alice Di Concetto, Executive Director and Chief Legal Advisor at the European Institute for Animal Law and Policy and lecturer in animal ethics at Sciences Po in Paris. Alice, we are delighted to have you with us. I also would like to welcome Christine Bell-Blakely, a senior staff attorney at the Animal Legal Defense Fund, using environmental law to challenge industrial animal agriculture and misleading sustainability claims. Christine, thank you for being with us. Christine's joining from US. We have also Matteo Cuppi, Vice President for Europe and Executive Director in Italy at Animal Equality, with more than 20 years of experience building global campaigns for animal protection. Matteo, thank you for joining. And
thank you.
And Nusa Urbancic, CEO of the Changing Markets Foundation, previously Director of Campaigns, leading pioneering research and communications to expose corporate greenwashing worldwide. Nusa, we are very glad to have you here with us. So the first round of questions, I would like to start with diagnosing and decoding and describing this, what we call here as a green mask. So Nusa, staying with you, I would pose this question to you because your Changing Markets Foundation has exposed numerous cases of corporate greenwashing across various industries, including food. So could you briefly explain us the most systematic or strategic techniques companies use to mislead customers into believing that they are sustainable while avoiding real change?
Great. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for this question. Yeah, we have a website called greenwash.com where everyone can visit and see how greenwashing looks like in practice. And we cover food, fashion, and plastic. And a lot of the greenwashing claims that we saw when it comes to food are examples of climate positive, carbon neutral, or net zero kind of claims that are often found on the most environmentally unfriendly products, such as milk and dairy. We also see a lot of claims that potentially just refer around packaging. So we found Amazon marketed beef jerky, which is actually the most carbon intensive food product that one can buy, in their climate friendly range, because they had reduced the amount of plastic on packaging, but plastic was still unrecyclable packaging. And we found a lot of very big brands, for example, like Arla is selling us carbon neutral milk. And when this consumer NGO in Denmark was trying to find out what people understand with that, they realized that over 60% of people thought that that meant that this product had no environmental impact, right? So these claims are really misleading people into the real impact of those products, and they are part of this what you call green mask. So this general kind of impression that this industry wants to give that it's taking care of the environment. We've also discovered a lot of more subtle greenwashing. So the images of lush green fields, cows kind of running out in the open, happy animals, and also, random statements like, make it better cheddar, and things like that. But when you actually look at what that company is doing, they have just been fined a lot of money for polluting the water stream in particular part of the UK. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it works and it brings a lot of profit still. Yeah, we are in 21st century, second decade. And it seems like in EU, everyone should be conscious, but there is something wrong if this kind of tactics and methods, so well described, are still visible in our media infosphere, are still allowed. And I would jump to US, to you, Christine, actually. You and also wanting to find out a little bit about your perspective, because could you share like concrete example of this case in the US where food industry was exposed for greenwashing or held accountable successfully for environmental harms linked to animal agriculture?
Yes, thank you. Briefly, I'd love to share about factory farm biogas and the work that I have been doing representing the Animal Legal Defense Fund in that sphere. This is a pretty complex issue, both factually and legally, but essentially the animal agriculture industry has formed a bit of an unholy alliance with the fossil fuel industry in the US, and the goal for both industries is to greenwash their products, even though we know that it is not possible for these products to be green or sustainable. And they do this because they really want to make consumers feel good about continuing to use their products, to burn gas in their cars and to consume animal products. And it really allows them to cash in on lucrative government subsidies as well. And for those who are unfamiliar with this issue, manure management on factory farms creates significant greenhouse gases, and not just any greenhouse gases, but those that are short-lived climate pollutants. These are pollutants like methane and nitrous oxide. And I think most people know that carbon dioxide is bad for the climate, but methane is more than 25 times more potent at trapping heat in the atmosphere. And nitrous oxide is even worse than that. And we know that the animal agriculture industry is the largest source of methane in the US, even larger than fossil fuels, and yet it is unregulated. So basically, the factory farms are making a deliberate choice to create these short-lived climate pollutants by storing manure in lagoons, and applying it to land. And they do this in a way that causes it to decompose anaerobically. And if this wasn't the case, I mean, this is the cheapest way to do it, and that's why they make that decision, because nobody's making them do anything better than that. So they just do the cheapest thing, which creates the most methane. And so if they didn't do that, they would create a lot less climate pollution. But instead of regulating the industry, unfortunately, the federal and state governments in the US are paying for factory farms to install equipment called methane digesters and produce factory farm biogas. This is basically where the gases that the industry is producing are purportedly captured and used to displace fossil fuels in the transportation sector, among other things. So these government entities like the California Air Resources Board, for example, are creating pollution trading schemes where the fossil fuel industry can purchase offset credits from the animal agriculture industry. And this is quite lucrative for both of these industries. And it allows them to, brag about how green and sustainable they are, which is, of course, untrue. So thanks to these pollution trading schemes, which operate generally under the guise of market mechanisms designed to address the climate crisis, factory farms are intentionally now producing manure and methane because it is so profitable for them to do so, thanks to these government programs, which is causing factory farm expansion and consolidation, which is the opposite of what should be happening. So ALDF, along with its coalition partners, and ALDF is the Animal Legal Defense Fund. We are a national nonprofit in the US. We sued the California Air Resources Board, which operates the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard, which is one of these pollution trading schemes that's causing so much expansion and consolidation. And we have 2 cases pending right now against them. One alleges an insufficient environmental review of this program because they did not look at the fact that it was causing factory farm expansion and consolidation, which is bad for the climate. And then we also have a separate case that's challenging the agency's legal authority to operate the program this way because it undermines the purpose of the program. So it's our hope that the California Air Resources Board will take its climate program seriously and reform it to ensure it's no longer encouraging and incentivizing factory farming. And then by engaging in regulatory advocacy and litigation on this issue, we're also hopeful that we will inform the public of the true nature of factory farm biogas and what it means for them. We don't want them to be falling for the greenwashing narrative.
This is really an outstanding work you've been doing there, and thank you for sharing this success, because we need to hear that it works, especially when jumping back to the European Union. We have this kind of deregulation time, and it's said that the nature directives, as well as the air, water, or soil, or chemicals, or animal welfare EU rules are not in line with reaching the success in the economy and competitiveness. And in fact, we have a huge problem in implementing these rules. And we would rather say that not having these rules, not implementing them in a proper way is our problem. And I would love to jump now to Alice. You, as an executive director and chief legal advisor at the European Institute for Animal Law and Policy, you've written and lectured extensively a lot about law ethics and greenwashing. So thinking about a Green Claims Directive, which was supposed to be like the potential milestone for us here in the European Union, but was unexpectedly rejected just one day before trilogues. Could you perhaps explain what this directive was intended to achieve, and what its adoption could have changed and mean for us thinking about fighting greenwashing practices in the food sector especially?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, so that's a good opportunity to provide a little update on the Green Claims Directive. So it wasn't killed. The European Commission didn't withdraw the proposal yet. It did threaten to withdraw the proposal before the directive went to trilogue negotiations, so the negotiations between the three EU institutions, for reasons that have to do with the scope of the directive. So the European Commission didn't want the directive to apply to all businesses, and especially not small businesses in the European Union, and the European Parliament actually want a broader scope. It wants the Green Claims Directive to apply to all businesses in the EU, regardless of their size. So that's a little bit of context here. So the negotiations are still ongoing. The European Commission hasn't withdrawn the proposal, but the proposal is entering probably a very difficult negotiation phase with the EU member states. And it's a very interesting directive. It's potentially a very effective directive to tackle misleading claims, especially those claims that Nusa described. So we already have legislation in the EU against false advertising and misleading advertising and claims. So that we have a general legislation that prohibits companies, manufacturers from lying about any sort of benefits that their products might have. But the Green Claims Directive would specifically target those claims about environmental protection, climate protection, in a way that would be extremely useful, because at the moment, the broader legislation on misleading claims is not very effective because it's too broad, and sometimes nonprofit organizations or even companies or governments don't feel confident enough to litigate on claims that they consider to be misleading, because the legislation is just too broad. It says very vague things like, oh, a claim shouldn't be misleading, but it doesn't really provide specific standards on how to assess the accuracy, the honesty of an environmental claim specifically. So it will be, hopefully the Green Claims Directive will be adopted at some point, and it will provide a very useful tool for everyone. And, it's advocates, but also corporations, because obviously, if you're a corporation that has good practices in place, but your competitors don't have those practices in place, but lie about being environmentally friendly, that obviously causes distortion in competition. And so other companies that do well are not able to promote their products.
Yeah. This would have happened in the EU in the last year, the year of elections worldwide, actually. So the protest of farmers on the street of our capitals, we could observe how this is also hitting this kind of solutions, and this artificially created, we call it astroturf, like the grassroots movements against this kind of regulations were supposed to delay this law as well. And at the end, who stands behind this kind of protest are the big players. And here I would like to hear more from you, Julia, because your documentary, Food for Profit, exposes these dark realities of factory farming in the EU that is supposed to be a place where there are some standards, yet you've been to places where these ethical, environmental, legal, or even sanitary standards are often ignored, perhaps very often, despite this fact that consumers are being led to believe otherwise. So much of this illusion has been fueled by the EU's own Green Deal narrative, and the fact that the industry's powerful media have a great PR, let's face it. So how is it possible that such a gap exists between what citizens are promised and what actually happens behind the closed doors?
Yeah, so actually right now, the European institutions are protecting the meat industry because lobbies that represent this industry are so powerful. So in Food for Profit documentary, we infiltrated a lobbyist who talked with the MEPs, and they were secretly filmed by the lobbyists. So we were able to see what happens behind closed doors between MEPs and lobbyists. And it's shocking because MEPs are kind of at their disposal. And what is shocking most is that when I interviewed some of these MEPs, they just denied the existence of intensive farms in Europe, which is crazy. Of course, we all know the majority of the meat and the dairy comes from intensive farms, but actually politicians from both sides, both right and left, are able to deny the existence of intensive farms. And how are they able to do so? Because European laws don't recognize what is an intensive farm. And I believe this is a gap that we should do something about it, because they play a game around this narrative. And also now we have at the European Parliament an intergroup formed by MEPs for sustainable livestock. And they should tell us, they should explain to us what is a sustainable livestock, because there is no sustainable livestock. But it's kind of an intergroup for lobbying inside the European Parliament with MEPs. So they don't need lobbyists anymore, because the meat industry now has an intergroup inside the European Parliament. And what happens then? That MEPs vote laws in favor of the meat industry and the dairy industry. So we know that the common agriculture policy is the a big part of the European budget. It's nearly 400 billion euros in 7 years of taxpayers' money to agriculture. And the majority of this money goes to intensive farms, which is shocking, because Europe says that it's the first continent in the world for green policies and we want to be green leaders in the world. But if you're financing intensive farms, you cannot be a green leader. And furthermore, we're not just financing intensive farms. And I've investigated some of these farms financed by our money, and they were acting illegally, and they were polluting, and they were mistreating animals. So our money is going to these activities. But also we are paying for publicity, commercials of this meat industry. So we are paying millions of euros for ham to convince consumers to buy ham, which is dangerous for human health, first of all, and it's so polluting and it's mistreating animals. So why is Europe pouring all this public money to this industry, which is mistreating animals, polluting the environment, and is a threat to human health? It's just because the meat and dairy industry is so powerful. They're one of the most powerful lobbies inside European Parliament and the European Commission, and we have to tackle this. We have to tell everyone which is the situation, because it's not the nice farmer with his little hat, taking the milk from the cow. This is not the world how it's working right now. So we have to tell the people and we have to report it.
Yeah, exactly. Because when we think about this erosion of trust to the European Union institutions that is happening now, how can we be surprised if this kind of double standards and theater is actually occurring? Because what you've described in your document, which I recommend to everyone, and we will talk about it a little bit later as well, is to watch it whenever you can, just to be aware of this theater play that is happening there behind the closed doors. The actors, stakeholders, and MEPs representing the interest of business say totally different things than in public. And yeah, you documented that. I wonder what will be the next step, if there will be anyone held to perhaps to step back, or perhaps to lose his or her mandatory after your investigation.
Yes, so it happened. So 2 MEPs who were secretly filmed by our lobbyists weren't candidates anymore at the elections, at the European elections, Paolo De Castro and Clara Aguilera, who were actually from socialist parties and were totally in favor of the meat industry. So Paolo De Castro, an Italian MEP, was also receiving money from the meat industry for works he was doing for the meat industry while he was an MEP. So it's crazy because a politician who has to vote, who has to decide, who also has to check on an industry because he was part of the agriculture committee. So he was supposed to keep an eye on them. Instead, he was paid by them. This is a huge conflict of interest, which we reported in Food for Profit. And then the leader of the Democratic Italian Party decided not to candidate Paolo De Castro anymore. And this was the same fate of Clara Aguilera, a Spanish politician, because she said something that shocked people who watched the film, because while she was secretly filmed, she said, I could care less of how rabbits, poultry, and also cats are farmed, cats. I eat them all. I don't know if she was joking or not, but the message was loud and clear. So especially in Spain, people were really shocked. And so the president of the Socialist Party decided to have someone else instead of Clara Aguilera, who said, no problem, I will work for the industry. So we also have this problem of revolving doors, and nothing is hidden anymore.
This is really an outstanding job, and perhaps this documentary will be a milestone in opening discussion about the role and mission of media, actually, of media these days when we are facing the triple planetary crisis, and so many people have no idea about the causes and the solutions because of this, that media are full of greenwashing and disinformation. And Matteo, jumping to you with your over 2 decades of experience in activism at animal equality in many European countries, what are the worst or the most deceptive greenwashing practices you have encountered? And also, in your opinion, is animal welfare possible in industrial animal production, or it's a fairy tale?
Well, from my perspective, one of the most insidious forms of greenwashing I have seen comes from companies that, under public pressure, committed to go cage-free. And these pledges then praise positive media, when I'm talking about media attention and consumer trust, no? And people believe that, for example, hens would finally be freed from cages. But when the deadlines approached, some of those companies quietly erased their promises. Mm-hmm. So I'm talking about those companies removing commitments from their websites, or another example is rewriting them in ways that made that meaningless. And this is not just a betrayal for the animals who remained, of course, trapped in cages, but also of people who generally thought that progress was on the way. And it's not theoretical that is happening right now. For example, we are campaigning right now to hold the Lays accountable after they failed to respect its own cage-free commitment that it took almost, well, we're talking about 10 years ago. And actually, at this very moment, our activists are carrying out a month of action in the Netherlands to make sure that the public knows and to keep pressure on the company until it delivers on its word. And also another form of greenwashing is the use of climate-friendly or carbon neutral, which I believe Christine was talking about before. Those labels are also on meat and dairy, for example, and these claims ignore the reality that industrial animal farming is. By its very nature, of course, it's one of the biggest drivers of environmental destruction. No amount of offsetting can change that. This is just a fact. And this brings to me what also you asked me, Camila. This brings me to the bigger truth. Genuine, the genuine animal welfare is simply not compatible with animal exploitation whatsoever. The scale, the speed, the constant drive for profit always come before the needs of animals. So at best, these reforms can reduce animal suffering slightly, but they cannot erase the violence, the confinement, and the killing at the heart of factory farming or any sort of farming. So this is what you already, asked me about. Yeah, it's a fairy tale. This is not reality. And through undercover investigations and also what Julia was talking about before, not only exposing farms, slaughterhouses, those facilities, but also getting inside the parliament, exposing them, because which actually, when you're filming someone stating like a statement as where Julia was mentioning about these Spanish MPs, they are working for the industry.
Yeah. That's true.
Copa-Cogeca is the biggest, they're like a small town into Brussels. They're like a powerful lobby. So this is a matter of fact, and with Food for Profit, actually, Julia exposed that completely because they were filmed.
And it's not
sharing that actually they don't really care about it. So it's a matter of fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Matteo, and sorry for interrupting, but sometimes it was said that this kind of accusations rather sound like conspiracy theories, and well, this is also switching the narrative. And thanks to this material, the video material, documentation, that no one can say it's deep fake, the things are on the table now. And in the second round, briefly, I would like to dive a little bit deeper into to point at the systemic obstacles before we step to find the solutions. So Nusa, I would ask you about the certifications and eco labels. In reality, how reliable are these labels today? Can the average customer rely and be sure that they mean something, and thanks to this kind of labels, animals suffer less or not at all? Is it the tool?
Yes, I think labels are a very powerful tool for a certain segment of consumers. And we did some polling and we've realized that there's a substantial, like 1/3 of consumers in Germany and the UK that regularly choose products with environmental sustainability labels or certifications, and nearly 1 in 3 people is willing to pay more for climate labels, and half are willing to pay more for animal welfare labels. And this is kind of, then people say always, oh, this is what people say, but what do they actually do? So we kind of try to put that in also because, we see substantial growth in ethical markets, so in products that are considered ethical. And for example, sales in vegetarian and plant-based alternatives have increased by 34% in the UK. Ethical food and drink category increased by 143% in the last decade, between 2010 and 2020. So this is actually happening, and there is substantial kind of profit in it. This is why companies want to use these labels. How good they are is a very different question. Like we were really kind of excited about the Green Claims Directive because we were hoping that it, regulating claims was also one significant thing that that directive wanted to do. And as Alice was saying, it's it might still go through and it's badly needed. But yeah, even otherwise, the fight against greenwashing is going to continue. And it is actually, the lobby is now short-sighted and they want to get rid of those regulations. But actually, on the long term, this is going to backfire, because if you don't have clear rules on how to use these labels, there's going to be more and more legal challenges. That's going to be more and more cynicism amongst consumers about the validity of these claims. And we actually do want companies that have good products to be able to communicate about that, companies that have done things to reduce CO2 emissions, right? Disproportionately, these companies are actually the ones that are bad for the climate, like, meat and dairy producers. And this is, this is kind of something that needs to be regulated, right? How can you say that your beef steak is actually climate neutral when it has significant methane and wider climate emissions? It's linked to deforestation, biodiversity loss, and all these other things. And just to kind of say that now we see this other attempt to ban the meat terms for vegan and vegetarian products, which has again come back, despite the fact that it has been defeated twice already in the UK. And again, this is something that the industry knows is powerful when consumers are making their choices on what to eat. And this is why they're kind of fighting those things. But also, I'm kind of thinking, this is a great way to kind of capture NGO capacity again, to try to fight the same fight, for the fifth time, to do something that consumers are apparently confused about, but they're not even confused about. I wanted to say that, on the wider tactics, we also did this really, really big report called The New Merchants of Doubts, where we talk about wider tactics: delay, distract, and derail. And here lobbying also comes in, the things that Julia has in her documentary, which is fantastic, and I really recommend everyone to see it. And what I really liked about your documentary, Julia, was also the fact that, you bring it back to the companies, who's buying from those farmers that are committing those abuses, and why are they not responsible for that thing? And this is kind of, where the power lies in this huge, gigantic meat companies, dairy companies. Some of them are brands, others are not really brands, like Cargill or JBS. And these companies actually have huge resources to also, invest into climate solutions. But part of it, will have to be, really massively changing their business model, because, we cannot continue with such high level of meat and dairy consumption on a planet with 10 billion people, where biodiversity is under such big threat and we have climate emergency.
Yes, and it's true, because all of this is working. The fight is so unequal. Thinking about the tools and the media, and of course subsidies and money behind that, but the other side, sustainable side, has so little funds, but still, if the message goes through, it's working. So it gives a lot of hope and good indication where to go to. And Julia, coming back to you and to your documentary, and also to this what Nusha just mentioned, could you tell us what are some of the most striking examples you've encountered where marketing completely contradicted what you found on the ground?
Yeah, so you know that Italians and also the Italian Minister of Agriculture are really fond with made in Italy. So we believe that every product that is made in Italy is so great. But as a matter of fact, in my investigations for Report in Rai, the Italian public television, I targeted Parma ham, which is a brand well known all over the world. It's the best Italian ham we have. And what they don't tell the public is that all their animals come from intensive farms. So what we have is 56 pages of regulations on how this Parma ham has to be made. And there are just a few lines about animals, just saying animal welfare has to be respected. And then, there is the air that comes from the sea and touches the ham, and it's all commercial and publicity and marketing about some wind that doesn't even exist. But as a matter of fact, reality is that animals that make Parma ham are really suffering. So we know that European law admits that if animals are eating themselves, they're cannibalizing because they're living in such stressful conditions that they start eating one another. Farmers are authorized to cut their tails because the tail is one of the most beaten parts. So this is, for me, is crazy because Europe is admitting that animals are kept in such a bad way that you can cut their tails, and this is called animal welfare. So with my investigations, and with investigations such as Animal Equality does with undercover investigations, we expose how pigs of Parma ham are kept inside farms. And one farmer reported me and asked for money to myself and to the program. But the judge said that as animals are kept in such a bad way, people have the right to know what happens to animals and also to human health when you consume such products. So this was great because now farmers will have to think twice when they want to bring you to court, because judges now are saying that people have the right to know what was happening inside intensive farms.
Yeah, that's good to spread this news and this case Europe-wide, actually. And you've mentioned about this mask made in Italy. I would jump to Alice to ask about another mask that is very strongly related with greenwashing. The mask, let's call it human washing. You lectured, right, about human washing. What is it in practice, and how EU rules could change to protect consumers and animals from this kind of misleading claim?
Yeah, so humane washing, I mean, it's basically the same as greenwashing, but it's about misleading consumers or really anyone. It's not just consumers. It could be investors. It could be even the government. So any claims that mislead people into thinking that a product is more humane than it actually is. And so how EU law protects consumers from those misleading claims. So the EU law doesn't protect people and again, like, other actors very well from humane washing. We have a general principle of EU law that misleading claims are prohibited, but the legislation doesn't really specify what humane washing claims are and how they should be prohibited. So for now, whoever is dealing with a humane washing claim and wants to challenge it has to rely on very broad legislation, which is not very effective in actually, getting those claims down. So yeah, this is currently how EU law is. Hopefully with the Green Claims Directive, we'll get some more tools to address misleading claims, but ultimately it would be great to have some regulations targeting and prohibiting specifically humane washing claims.
Yeah, thank you. And another side of this green mask is the plant-based language. And Matteo, please, you have some experience with this plant-based language to market animal products. How can activists push back without confusing consumers? Because sometimes consumers are just tired with all this explanation. So how can we act trying to help people making better choices? Could you share?
We're witnessing companies like food companies that often blur the line between plant-based and animal-based products, okay, by borrowing the language, colors, and images that are usually associated with a sustainable product or a veggie choice. For example, chicken and egg producers frequently emphasize that their animals, and think about it because this is really important, are plant-fed or veggie-fed. So they're putting that with icons on like green leaves on packaging. And while, of course, these claims are correct in describing that animals' diet, of course, it's, the final product by itself is plant-based, but they are selling that as ethical, no? And similar strategies are also used by other industries like the dairy industry, where cartons of milk are wrapped in green designs, no, with slogans like pure or fresh from nature, stuff like that. And so these tactics borrow the credibility of the plant-based language or eco-friendly branding, for example. And this creates confusion for people who may believe that they're making healthier or more sustainable choices. So, and another thing that is happening on the flip side is that the meat industry has lobbied heavily to argue that plant-based products using words like meat, burger, and beef, and because they could mislead shoppers. And another thing that is happening, it happened like 2 days ago, that the European Parliament, the Agriculture Committee passed an amendment that would restrict plant-based products from using familiar meaty terms, reserving them solely for animal-derived products. And this motion now heads to a full plenary vote. At the same time, the European Commission has proposed banning 29 meat-related words from plant-based labeling. So to answer your question is like what people can do, what activists can do, just repeating, campaigning, do more pressure. From my perspective, be more aggressive and assertive, because most of the time when decision makers, they're like making you the impression that, your voice is heard, but it's just superficial. It's a shallow thing that is happening. So people lower their guard, and it's really important to repeat with investigations, exposing them, exposing their lies, making more demonstrations in front of the commission, in front of the parliament, making noise, because animals right now are, in factory farming. So it's really important to be consistent with what we're doing, because sometimes we win, little battles. Other times we lost those battles, but it's important to stay consistent and speak up for animals. So what we're already doing, but be more consistent and aggressive. When also we think that things are, more on our favor, it depends. Until I don't see the facts, and that I'm related, this is also related with what I was telling about with companies making cage-free commitments. This is a really important thing, because they wanted to stop campaigning. Why, they stopped campaigns, so the animal rights groups, organizations, collectives, you name it, they stop campaigning to them. So this is really important. Until you don't see the facts, it's important just to stay alert and active. Yeah.
Huge challenge is to be visible with this activism in times where big tech and media, social media, and also big media are so much in favor of the big companies monetizing actually this kind of dirty businesses. But you are right, I do agree with you. It's the pressure makes change. And jumping to US, Christine, from your perspective, what legal tools in the US have proven most effective in addressing this problem of misleading green claims in the food industry? I wonder if something that we could apply also in this European context or worldwide.
Yeah, I think here we have decent consumer protection laws. This is pretty focused on the United States. I don't know very much about European law. It sounds like from what Alice has said that it could be possible for environmental or sustainability claims to do better than humane washing claims. But I would like to share a couple of cases that we have been working on at the Animal Legal Defense Fund. They're very exciting. I'm not involved personally in either of them, but I'm very proud of my colleagues' work, so I want to share about them. We've been bringing these cases using consumer protection law against large meat and dairy corporations for greenwashing and humane washing. The first one is one that we filed last fall with our coalition partners. We sued Tyson Foods, which is the largest, or the second largest, I believe, meat company in the United States and also in the whole world. This case is on our website if you're interested in looking at it, but it's called Environmental Working Group versus Tyson Foods. And the Animal Legal Defense Fund, in this case, joined a coalition of organizations and lawyers to represent the Environmental Working Group, in this case against Tyson. And the complaint alleges that Tyson is making false or misleading marketing claims targeting consumers in Washington, D.C. who care about addressing the climate crisis. Specifically at issue are Tyson's pretty incredible claims that its industrial meat production operations will reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and that it produces climate smart beef, which is mind-blowing that that's even a phrase. And the complaint alleges that Tyson is doing this to basically to mislead consumers and to make them keep purchasing their products. So because Tyson's false or misleading ads and representations violate the DC Consumer Protection Procedures Act, the complaint seeks to have those false and misleading claims enjoined. And the case is still pending in the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. And then in another case, we're representing a class of consumers all the way across the country in Oregon under Oregon consumer protection laws, multiple of them. And that case is against Tillamook County Creamery Association, which is basically a dairy co-op, or that's what they call themselves. And the complaint alleges that basically Tillamook is on its website and otherwise advertising its products as being humane. And so we've talked a lot about humane washing today. This case is more of a humane washing case than a greenwashing case, although they are closely related. This case is Barnes versus Tillamook. And in the complaint, we basically lay out how Tillamook is intentionally trying to deceive and mislead consumers in Oregon to believe that the products that they make, like butter and cheese and ice cream and things like that, are sourced from milk that is produced on humane or pasture-based small-scale family farms, where the animal care standards are better than those of other dairy companies. But what we know is that in reality, like 80% of Tillamook's milk comes from the biggest factory farm in the United States, which is called 3 Mile Canyon Farms, and it's located in the eastern part of the state of Oregon in the desert, where it consumes a ton of water. So there is, the environmental claims are related. 3 Mile keeps tens of thousands of cows in cruel industrialized conditions there, and it's not better than, your average dairy factory farm. So basically, Tillamook is on its website, putting up like these green pastures, photos of green pastures and small family farms and things like that, trying to make it look like the products it creates are coming from these sorts of small scale operations. But in reality, rather than living freely on, those beautiful green hills, the cows are artificially impregnated at 3 Mile Canyon Farms. They have their calves taken from them shortly after they're born. They're continuously confined and milked by robotic carousels on cement floors. So, in short, this factory farm is anything but sustainable and humane. This case is pending in Oregon State Court right now. And like I said, was not involved in either of these cases personally, but I'm super proud of my colleagues and our coalition partners for litigating them, because I do think they're very promising, and people don't like being lied to. So it is good that we can bring these cases to really shed some light on what's really going on. And again, I don't know much about the European Union laws, but it sounds like there may be some potential for these kinds of cases to succeed there, particularly in the sustainability realm.
Well, if there are any young people watching us at the moment or in the next days or weeks, because there will be this possibility to watch the European Vegan Summit whenever you want, and you're wondering what kind of specialization of law to choose, do not hesitate, because we really need this kind of lawyers that we have today, like Christine and also Nusha. Jumping to European Union and also looking for the solutions desperately, what kind of policy changes and enforcement mechanisms do you believe are most urgently needed here to hold food companies accountable for these misleading environmental claims that we are all the time talking about?
Yeah, that's a really good question. When it comes to companies, I think it's really quite crazy that, policymakers and us, the general public, are relying on their voluntary commitments. This is what Matteo really described before, commitments, when they're voluntary, they're easily made, easily broken as well. And we are now on the planet where we're running out of carbon budget, right? And we need to rapidly cut CO2 emissions. We need to rapidly reduce methane as an emergency brake to actually slow down warming. And we're actually leaving it to companies to do that if they want to. So I would say the first thing we need to do is have mandatory climate targets that are legally binding. We need to get companies to report on their emissions, but also on the investments that they're actually making into reducing CO2, methane, nitrous oxide, and everything else. And then we also need to have restructuring of subsidies, because as several panelists were saying, subsidies right now are going into supporting the worst things in the food system. So livestock production, they're supporting consumption of animal products, and we really must change that. And then we have another very powerful tool, which is kind of less company related, more public policy related, and governments, which are dietary health guidelines. And several governments have updated those guidelines to now also include sustainability. But these guidelines usually sit on some website somewhere, and no one is really implementing them. In the UK, there was a study showed that only 0.1% of the population actually adheres to these guidelines. And most people overconsume animal products, they overconsume sugar, ultra-processed foods. And we should really make sure that those guidelines are implemented. You can start in public institutions, public procurement. You could mandate to companies that they have to sell healthier products. You could ban advertising of meat and dairy, but also other unhealthy foods, which actually is really, really targeting younger generations like children and Gen Z. It's really interesting. I have a 6-year-old son, and when we go around in London, you can see McDonald's ads in like his eye level, right? I don't see it, but he does. And these are really the kind of things that, we should start addressing. And I think what is really crazy is because we have those things happening in energy sector, in transport sector. It's not fast enough, but it is happening. We have policies that are promoting the solutions, promoting low carbon, everything from behavior to technologies. But when it comes to food, we have the opposite. Public policies are actually supporting less environmentally friendly options, and they're actually putting in place market barriers. And I saw there was this question here, why, are meaty products relevant for European vegans and vegetarians? It's not really targeted at vegans and vegetarians. Vegans and vegetarians will eat those products regardless of how they are called. But actually, we can make a bigger difference by having more people reduce meat. And in order for them to get to do that, you need to kind of provide easy, convenient alternatives, and those names actually explain to people what can they expect from those products. This is kind of a lot of things, a lot of work to be done, but actually, very exciting opportunities as well when, politicians actually start doing this.
Yes, and Alice, what do you think about these solutions? Is it enough? From your perspective, do you see the potential for these EU legal frameworks that not only prohibit misleading claims, green and ethical, but also actively promote this transparency and honesty, and also accessibility of the sustainable food industry?
Yes, I'm actually pretty optimistic about this because I think it's much easier to convince the EU government, the EU institutions, to regulate the market in a way that consumers and corporations are able to communicate in an honest way. I think it's much easier to convince the European Commission to do that than to ask the European Commission to better regulate actual practices on farms, for all sorts of reasons, but one of the main reasons being that the EU really isn't concerned too much about animal protection. It's getting better. It's getting more interested in protecting animals, but it's never been really part of the EU's mission to protect animals. But it is one of the core missions of the EU is really to regulate the market and to make sure that corporations are not lying, that they're not creating unfair competition, that consumers are able to access information in a way that market dynamics can actually take place. So I'm quite hopeful that this type of legislation will actually develop in the next few years. There's been a lot happening, not so much about consumer information, but really information to investors or information to shareholders. So the EU has much stricter regulations on how corporations are supposed to communicate about their practices to their shareholders and investors. And so I'm hoping that we'll get to the point where how corporations, companies communicate to consumers will also be regulated, also because it's good for the EU market. So it's one of those rare instances where we actually have some sort of a convergence between EU the economic objectives and animal protection objectives. So as a movement, I think it's a great opportunity to capitalize on this, and we'll see. I mean, hopefully I won't be proven wrong, but in the next few years, I'm hoping we'll have more legislation.
But to make it happen, we need to expose more and more this hidden realities of the animal agriculture and meat factories, meat production. This is a key to the real revolution. And Matteo, a question to you, because I remember we talked about your beginning. You weren't actually someone when you were a teenager that was very much in love with the animals, or you were not this kind of type of a person that was thinking about the animal welfare since always, but there had to happen something that you got this awakening and consciousness about where the food comes from, and this made such a huge impact on you that you are now acting for most of your life, defending animal rights. So why exposing these hidden realities can make this revolution, in your opinion, even when thinking about those who are not that emotionally connected to animals?
Well, as you well said, for me, it was just the power of footage that show me the hidden reality of slaughter facilities and factory farming. Back then I was 16, and while I was watching this footage, was like the only question that I asked myself was, who am I for, to contribute to this? Was just the first question. And then, well, overnight, I decided to ditch any animal product and meat. So the truth is that most people will never step inside a factory farm or a slaughter plant, because these places are designed to remain invisible. They are built far away from public view and guarded by fences. People don't even think about it, to be honest, because they're invisible. And the invisibility is not an accident. It's part of a systems that I would call like a system with a survival strategy. And that's why exposing what happens inside those facilities is such a powerful act. No? When people are confronted with what our investigators document, for example, cages that are so small that animals cannot even turn around, mutilations carried out without anesthesia, or violence and fear of slaughter, they can no longer cling to the marketing fantasy of, for example, humane or sustainable meat. So even people who do not see themselves as animal lovers, as myself, because back then I wasn't even thinking about animals. As I told you, Camila, was like chicken or salad was just food, because I wasn't, relating to the source of it. I didn't make the connection. So as I was saying, even if people they don't consider themselves animal lovers, often respond with shock or anger, no? Not only at the suffering, but at the deception. I don't know, someone was talking about, the industry deceiving the people. I don't remember was mentioning that. So this is the gap between the images on the packaging and the truth behind the doors. So in that moment, denial becomes impossible. You cannot deny, what's actually is happening because it's something that has been recorded.
Yeah. So that's
So
true.
this is why, this is why at Animal Equality we have invested for nearly 2 decades in undercover investigations and transparency campaigns, because visibility is the first step toward change. Once people see the truth, they begin to question their choices. Once they question, they open themselves to alternatives, whether that means reducing meat, choosing plant-based, or supporting policies that restrict cruelty, for example. So without exposure, the system stays hidden and also unchallenged, because we have to challenge them. So with exposure, transformation becomes possible, and company by company, and eventually law by law, we're going, to change the paradigm, to change reality. Because one thing that we like at Animal Equality that sometimes we use in our narrative, when you are buying in the supermarket, for example, it's like a vote. It's like going to vote for something. So when you decide what to put, in your, I don't know the word in English, the trolley, when you're like do a shopping in a supermarket, it's like a vote. So this is really important. And with investigations, we are, showing the reality, the hidden reality of this industry.
Yeah. So the visibility is the key, even to move those who seem to be unmovable. The truth and the consciousness is a key. And Julia, very briefly, because if possible, we would also leave some space for the questions for the audience, and also one question to Christine. But let's start with you, Julia, about media and visibility. From your experience, what needs to change for media to truly serve the truth instead of disinformation, when we know the reality that media outlets depend on advertising and politics?
Yeah, it's a big problem because advertising is not just used to convince consumers to buy products, but it's also used, especially used, I would say, to stop investigations to reach the public. So it happened to me with investigations many times that the company I was investigating on threatened my editor, saying, if this investigation will be out, I will take my millions of euros from your company and take it somewhere else. And they did it. You need an editor who is brave, but it's not just that, because editors have to make money. You need a system that supports investigative independent journalism. We need to reform the media system, because right now a few media outlets like the New York Times, The Guardian, live through subscriptions or live through donations, like The Guardian, from readers. But we need to understand that this is a democratic issue, how media outlets can keep their independence, not only from politics, but I would say especially from the economic power.
Yeah, thank you for underlining this. We need the media reform. And also the strategic litigation can sometimes set powerful precedents when the regulatory environment is still weak. And Christine, from your experience, how can such cases shift industry behavior?
Yeah, it can be a very powerful tool. Litigation can be a very powerful tool, especially strategic impact litigation, which seeks to change the law in some way so that it advances a cause. I wanted to share my favorite case as a good example of this. Again, I was not involved in this case. I'm uplifting it because it is something that I found very inspiring, came out when I was in law school. The Animal Legal Defense Fund, also not involved. But it's a great example of what we can do with strategic impact litigation in this space. It's called Community Association for Restoration of the Environment, or CARE, versus Cow Palace. And in this case, CARE and the Center for Food Safety and some other US community and environmental organizations sued a dairy factory farm in Washington State. I think it was multiple dairies actually, which is where I live, incidentally. And they did this back in 2015. And what they said in the complaint is that the dairy factory farms at issue were violating a federal law called the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, affectionately known as RCRA. And this federal law had never before been applied to factory farms. So this was a very strategic case. RCRA provides a national system of solid waste control. So it's designed to prevent solid waste and open dumping and things like that. From, just like to address the pollution that is occurring. It fortunately does include a citizen suit provision, to your point, which is very critical, especially in times like we are currently in with the Trump administration, because the federal government is not enforcing our environmental laws. And this citizen suit provision in RCRA empowers the public to sue any person, including public business entities, whose management of solid waste might present an imminent and substantial endangerment to the health of the communities around them or the environment. So the citizen suit provision is really key. And in this case, the plaintiffs alleged that the dairy factory farms were polluting groundwater in the area of Yakima in Washington State with nitrates from manure. And they said this is a violation of RCRA, even though this law had never been used in this way before against factory farms. But fortunately, the court agreed, the federal district court agreed, and this case established for the first time that manure is solid waste under RCRA when it is discarded. So what that means is that it is solid waste that is regulated under RCRA when it is over-applied to land and stored in leaky cesspools, which is generally how factory farms manage or mismanage manure. So this means that it's leaking through to the groundwater table and fouling drinking water resources and things like that. So the court did hold that dairy factory farms over-applied manure and contaminated the groundwater table with excess nitrate and contributed to an imminent and substantial endangerment to the public. And for the first time, the court held that manure handling at the dairy factory farms at issue constituted open dumping in violation of RCRA. So thanks to this case, factory farms are now beholden to the mandates of RCRA and can't, over-apply or dump manure and pollute water resources without liability. So I love that case. I think it's very inspiring, and I wanted to share it with you all.
Thank you very much, and it's very inspiring. And again, it brings me to this that it's the highest time for young people interested in law to choose the specialization. We really need you. And I see some questions in the chat, but I'm afraid we won't be able to answer on all of them. And before we close, I would like to thank you all for this inspiring discussion, and to anyone in the audience for joining us. I hope that the conversation will continue in chat and on YouTube channel. Over this past 3 days, and also today, we've heard so many powerful voices and bold ideas. So I hope that, especially after our panel about greenwashing, we will find a new strength and power to fight and do your best to add something to the transformation of the food system. But and also, before I close our panel and also hand over to Greenrev and Morgan, I would like to those of you in Warsaw say a few words. I really invite you warmly tomorrow, September 12th at 8 to the premiere of the documentary Food for Profit in Warsaw at Kino Ujazdowski, followed by the discussion with the co-director and experts. And it will be really a perfect continuation of this conversation we've had here. So thank you very, very much for this inspiring discussion. And now it's time to hand over to Morgan.
Kamila, thank you very much. And this year will be remembered in the history of the European Vegan Summit. We have just completed a record-breaking edition with the highest number of registrations, participants, conversations, and meetings. We had 800 registrations for the event, 60 speakers, 9 panels, and 3 keynote speakers. There are so many of us. For the first time, we had to test the new technical solutions. This brings us enormous joy and gives us great strength, because it means one thing: our movement is growing. But we are not stopping here, because we know we are reaching for more hearts, more minds, and more allies with us. We all know that the change we fight for needs more people, and at the same time the world is changing. We're living in the era of war, conflicts, and fear, which is also too often used to fuel hatred and divisions. This also marginalizes animal rights and food transition. On behalf of GreenRef Institute, the board, our founders, and our entire team, I want to say clearly, in the words of Leo Tolstoy, as long as there are slaughterhouses, there will be battlefields. A just and solitary world will never be possible as long as we maintain a culture of violence against the most vulnerable. The end of exploitation of animals, people, of the environment is the beginning of peace. It is time for new ethical farming. It is time for justice on our plates. It is time for a decisive turn towards ethical plant-based food. And here I want to offer my deepest gratitude to our partners and allies who make this project possible, to the speakers who shared their knowledge and courage, often under very difficult circumstances, and to the participants whose engagement shows that change is already happening. You are the change. You are a proof that the world can be different. Thank you all for being part of this journey, for shaping a future where solidarity and compassion triumph over violence and indifferences. See you at the next European Vegan Summit in 2026, stronger, greater in number, and even more determined. Thank you so much for this edition.